Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, January 11th, 2021 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before I approve the agenda, I just have an opening statement. Good evening and welcome to the first meeting of 2021. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope everyone had a safe and peaceful holiday season. Changing our way of life was a challenge in 2020, and we recognize that it has taken a toll on many. And I want to seriously thank everyone for doing your part to limit the spread of COVID-19. Grimsby has strived hard to respond to the pandemic to ensure the health and safety and well-being of the community, while continuing to deliver services in new and innovative ways. I'd like to thank staff, council, and the community for your patience and cooperation during these trying times. And as we try to renew our sense of hope as we continue to fight COVID-19 in this new year, Grimsby will emerge stronger. As we open this first virtual meeting of 2021, I would like to remind council that we must continue to hold our duties as elected officials to the highest standards and proceed with respect and decorum. As the chair that presides over this conduct of the meeting, including the preservation of order and decorum, rulings and deciding on questions relating to the orderly procedure, I would like to reiterate that we must ensure that meetings maintain an inclusive atmosphere regardless of any individual's perspective, and that all participants shall be treated with respect and courtesy at all our meetings. Thank you. And now we go to number 3, approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Frake and Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolve the agenda for the January 11th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation, Jennifer Korstanji, on inclusive practices. Jennifer, welcome. Jennifer, good evening. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. You hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about inclusion. And I just wanted to, I think it's a perfect time given the pandemic and, you know, what's in the best interest of everybody right now is more of a collective point of view. And I think the act of inclusion follows that kind of morale. So I think it's a perfect time. I do know also that council passed a resolution on August 17th to join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. So I think this is great. I do want to just before I start, just say some of the stuff is going to be a little bit hard to hear. Not everything is from recent council, things are from the past, but it's a pattern of behavior. And I think that the more we acknowledge certain things, the more that we can change them. So my goal really is for us to acknowledge what's been going on, what has happened, and then to take a more proactive approach to have a more inclusive community. So I'm going to start with a question, and this is for the community as well as for council. Do you see yourself represented in our community, and in what areas? Me, myself, I'll just introduce myself. So I'm a local resident. I've lived here all my life, born and raised, born in West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. So I'm a daughter of an immigrant. My father immigrated here in the early 1950s from Amsterdam. He worked on the Nixon farm for a year. They moved to Beansville for a short period. My grandfather passed away. My grandmother and her 2 sons moved back. She worked at the Peach Bar. She also worked at the Village Inn. They lived across the street in the apartments across from Food Basics where Wicked Things is right now. That's where my father actually grew up. So when I'm in town, I see myself represented in many of the buildings and the physical aspects. And then also being a white female, I see myself represented in many areas of our community. Even more so, on more of a humorous aspect. I'm a little bit of a bigger mouth person. So of course I see myself in various aspects of the community. So when I talk about, we explore the meaning of the word inclusion on both a community and a social level, it means to be respected and appreciated as a valuable member of our community. Community inclusion is more the opportunity to live and exist as a contributing member of our community while being valued for your uniqueness and ability. Whereas social inclusion being more the process of improving those terms for individuals and groups to take part in society. In this case, society being our community. And when I reference everything, I'm gonna refer to us as we as opposed to you, because I believe this is something we have to take responsibility for as a community. So it is more of a we approach. So what I'm going to ask you to do now is step out of your demographic and try to identify with some of the things I'm talking about, and then envision yourself. You know, if you were in that demographic, would you see yourself within our community? I think what's important is that we forget that my community is not just me. And I realized this as I was talking to a community member. I mean, it's not, I'm known that I'm a little bit of an advocate for disability. I do have a son with a disability and I'm involved in that community a lot. But that is still something that affects me. So I know those issues and I know a lot of that background, but more on a diversity aspect. You know, I still have a lot to learn. And there were things that were brought to my attention that I didn't even realize, but then when my eyes were open to it, you do kind of go, oh, you know, that's a valid point. So that's kind of why when I'm speaking about things I do, I want you to kind of step out of your demographic to look at it from a different perspective. So I think in order to achieve our goal of being inclusive, we need to identify underrepresented demographics within our community. And underrepresented, another word from underrepresented is lessened or diminished. So we need to look at how we as a community are sending a message to those populations. When I think of a viewpoint from our disabled population on their representation within our community, it's disappointing. Just about 2 years ago, I went to a parasport summit at Heartland Forest in Niagara Falls for the Canada Games. And it was just by chance that I happened to get an invite. It was a 2-day informational seminar with representatives from the entire region attending, except for the town of Grimsby. I was the only person from the town of Grimsby, and I was not representing the town of Grimsby. It was a little embarrassing, to be honest with you. So this was a parasport summit about accessibility and people with disabilities and the events and hosting the Canada Games. So, you know, as part of the disabled community, if we're not going to those things, we're not showing that they're important enough that we need to represent them. From a recreational aspect, we don't run any programs for people with disabilities, adults or children. We don't provide camps, after school programs. More on a personal note, I was talking to a mother with a daughter with a disability, and she had arranged to get into one of the day camp after school programs. And she had to arrange for a one-on-one support for her daughter. I mean, which is pretty common, but she had to arrange it. She had to train staff how to deal with it, but she had to pay triple the cost of what another child would pay. And that's, you know, we pay the same taxes. So the programs, to me, we should have equal access, and we should have programs. So we do have a nonprofit in town that does provide these services. For residents with disabilities, it's a completely volunteer-run program. This organization approached the town to build bocce courts, which were in the original master plan for Southwood Park, as our seniors had requested it. So this is something that would have actually served two different demographics. Now, I know we have protocols and we have procedures and stuff like this, but you know, the town had set a community fundraising for this project initially at $40,000 for this nonprofit to be able to do this. And this small group of parents who volunteer all of their time, and the rest of their time is, you know, spent looking after their children with disabilities, they raised that $40,000, which is amazing, and that's just what they do, right? Now, I know a lot of other programs do raise money and stuff, but I mean, if the town is not using money to provide the services, then maybe what they're not spending on that should be, you know, allotted in different things. And I bring this up just because as a comparison, and I know Mr. Vane had commented on this before, when something else was given to another group, we have to really be careful on how we're treating like groups and saying one is more important than the other. So the other thing I want to touch on is, do we employ residents with disabilities of the town of Grimsby? Do we have work programs? I know community living, there's a lot of work placements within town. I honestly don't know the answer to that. I don't know that I've seen anybody with a disability employed at town or in a work program. I'm suggesting it is something that we should definitely look into. So this is going to lead me to my next point of affordable housing. I believe the maximum housing allowance on ODSP is $497 a month. So when we look at housing within our community, I don't think you're going to find anything with $500 a month. So, you know, a lot of times people with their disabilities, they live together in homes and they split the rent and stuff like that. It's just something to consider. We need to be providing more. If you have no programs, you have no housing, you have no representation, it doesn't really say much of what we think about you as a community. The need to identify our vulnerable demographics and the possible disproportionate harm we may be doing to them. So low income in Ontario is considered net income of $38,500 and a family income of $68,500. You know, that's a lot of our residents nowadays. And we have to think of when we look at, especially right now during the pandemic, we've raised taxes in the double digits. So your taxes go up, your utilities go up, your food goes up, the cost of living goes up, your wages don't necessarily. And what we have to be careful of is, are we pushing people further into poverty? And when we push them further into poverty, do we have the services as a community to provide? You know, what is the concern that we have to look at? Are we pushing people into other municipalities because we've made it so unaffordable here to live that we're actually straining their services because we're pushing our low income people into other areas? I personally know people who have had to move to St. Catharines because it's not affordable here anymore. And I just think that we need to, it's something that we need to look at to make sure that that's not what we're doing. One of the things I'd like to personally see that might help with this is an initiative of affordable housing with our new developments. You know, little things like units by determinable percentage. So if we look at our low income percentage or our, and we say, okay, so there's 20% of low income people that need housing in Grimsby. Maybe when we have these new developments, part of the deal is say, you know, 20% of the units be allotted to affordable housing. You know, instead of the money that we get in return of building these things, maybe it should be units, and the town can own the units and return rent to people with lower income. It's equity, it's providing service. Just something to look into. This way too, people are completely integrated within. So when we have low income housing areas, you know, you're not in a low income housing area, you're integrated completely within the community. So we don't always realize we are eliminating certain identifiable demographics out of the community involvement and decisions. One of the things I want to touch on, just as an example, and this is why I bring these things up, because we don't always realize the effects of what we're doing. The Christmas parade is a little bit of an example. The Christmas parade is wonderful and it was a great idea. What we didn't realize is, what do people without vehicles do? It wasn't walkable, and you know, if you don't have a vehicle, you don't have a car, you can't take your kids to it. It wasn't, I think it actually said don't walk. But one of the things may be possible if we look at that when we make these decisions, we go, okay, we could have a video camera and have a live virtual tour of it so the people that didn't have accessibility to it could participate. So I think we just kind of need to think on a more all-inclusive point of view as we're making these decisions. So more practices we need to be careful of is our open house consultations for development. For example, the Casablanca property, there was an open house and it was on a Tuesday afternoon. I think it was like 2 to 4 or something, which eliminates the working class. I wanted to go, I couldn't, I was at work. Sometimes people have Mondays off and sometimes people have Fridays off, but a Tuesday, typically most people are working, especially during those hours. The other problem is it was in the middle of a state of emergency during a global pandemic, where we are telling people to stay home, and we are telling people like this right now, we're saying it's not safe to meet, that we're asking people to get in groups to go to these open houses. This is eliminating people with medical vulnerabilities, and it's eliminating seniors and stuff like that in the working class. So not intentionally, but these are some of the things that sort of happen. If we're honest and realistic, we know who can attend. It's the higher income people who are either working from home or retired. So when it came to, and the follow-up of that is, when it came time to discuss as a working group to brainstorm and make decisions for the community regarding that development, I mean, Mr. Sharp had commented, you know, like for instance, about the running trail, maybe we should consult people who do that activity, who know, and it was said by the town planner, well, it should be the people who went to the open house. Well, that eliminates a community opinion right there. The people who weren't able to go and don't get a voice of the things that are going in their community. And those are the things we have to be careful of. The other thing is so there's another one coming up on February 1st and it's all virtual. So these are fantastic. And I know you still have to meet as a council, but if a resident doesn't have Wi-Fi, they can't attend these things. I personally have friends that don't have Wi-Fi that'll go to Tim Hortons or whatever to quickly pop on to check things. You can't really do that right now. And I know sometimes the Grimsby Library, I think, provided Wi-Fi service. We can't say we don't know the need because it was in our budget. So we have to really be careful when we have public consultations that are strictly online because people don't have the access to Wi-Fi. So again, we're eliminating the voice of the demographic on what happens in the community. So one of the other things I want to talk about is, Grimsby is very, very proud of our heritage, and our town is built on diversity with a relationship between Robert Nels and Joseph Brant. And I think we are probably one of the only areas that have that kind of special Indigenous relationship, which I think we should be really proud of. So during the pandemic, I went out and I researched some of our local history and I learned a lot of stuff, did a lot of walking tours. And one of the things I came across was the Indigenous Trail Tree at Canterbury Cottage on Main Street West, and the history of the Neutral Indian Burial Ground in Centennial Park. And so I actually read up on all the history of the Neutral Indians and their history and stuff like that, which was fascinating. So naturally, I went to see the burial ground after reading the story and the history of the Neutral Indians, which I highly recommend everybody looking up. Unfortunately, we as a community should be embarrassed by the state of that Neutral Indian burial ground. There's a plaque at the edge of the laneway, and there's a picnic table. It's almost like a parking lot picnic area. If now I've heard the Rose Garden is supposed to be the tribute, but then the plaque should be over at the Rose Garden. It's pretty embarrassing. And when you look at the story behind the excavation and stuff like that, I mean, and then we look at what we've done to honor that, that's not acceptable. I think that's something that we as a community need to change, and in honor of our Indigenous population in town. The other thing that we're doing, another area that we're doing, and I would say this is disproportionate harm, unintentionally, but this is what we're doing. We have been at odds over proposed development and declaration of heritage for Main Street East. Main Street East being Regional Road 81, Regional Road 81 traditionally being the old Indian Trail. So the very community members that we have not brought to the table is the Indigenous population whose culture and history is this road. There needs to be respect and equality when it comes to heritage designation in regards to streetscapes and preservation. This is also part of our national history, as these trails are part of the Indigenous trade system. So, we can sit here and we can say, yes, we're for it, no, we're not for it, stuff like that, but we haven't consulted the very heritage it actually is. And I think that before anything goes any further, that's a demographic that definitely needs to be consulted. This is a huge opportunity for us to be proactive in our community with respect to Indigenous relationship. Like I said, the very core of value of what this town is developed on is a great relationship with the Indigenous community. Changing a demographic's heritage so that it's unrecognizable is erasing their identity. And that's not who we are. So I'd like to request maybe the Heritage Committee work with an Indigenous group on a consultation of protection of heritage to look into what we're actually doing, because we have the trail marker, we have the Indian burial ground. This is something that we need to look into. It's not our decision to make. So one of the other ways that we need to change is the history of nepotism when it comes to town staff hiring.
So can I ask to, that you wrap out?
Yeah, for sure. I'm almost done. So this, I mean, I'm not making any accusations. Again, back to history. Robert Nels was accused of nepotism in his hiring practices. But this is more from a diversity prospect. So Niagara has a very bad reputation when it comes to hiring practice, and I'd like to request a third-party investigation into the recent hiring practice up to including the hiring of the CAO, since these are our top positions. It's 2021 and we have no diversity on our staff. And this is a concern coming from a community member. Once we have a full investigation, we can adapt and create an equal employment opportunity plan. And this is something that the City of Niagara Falls actually has. I'd like to suggest us to be proactive with staff diversity training. It's a better step to be ahead as a workplace, and this could include council as well. I mean, this is an opportunity to be proactive and to show that we're meeting our commitment of what you guys agreed to in August. So I'll just wrap up really quick, and thank you for listening to me, and I hope I've given you some food for thought. So, you know, you can step back into your demographic, but what I would like to leave you with is sort of ask yourself, where in Grimsby would you see every one of these demographics represented? Very few places. One I can actually think of is Sobeys, ironically enough, but this should be everywhere in our community.
Great, thank you for your presentation, Jennifer. Council, any questions? Seeing none, we just need a mover and seconder to receive. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Jennifer Kristangi be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Have a good evening. Up next, we move to our consent agenda. 6.1, Administration and Finance consent. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items, and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Referred matters list dated January 11th, 2021. Report FIN 21-01. Report FIN 21-02. All in favor? That's carried. Moving on to reports. Report FIN 21-03, 2020 operating Q4 forecast. Stephen, welcome this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan and Council. Good evening. I would like to provide you with a preliminary estimate of where the town stands at the end of Q4. So we move to the next slide. So the figures that are in this report are based on management's best estimates and are subject to change. And the final year-end report will be delivered in April. Since these are not the final numbers, there will be no recommendations on transfers to reserves at this time. So staff are projecting a 2020 year-end surplus of about $330,000. This surplus includes money that was used from the COVID Safe Restart Grant, which I'll discuss a little bit more about later. If we exclude the grant money, staff were projecting a surplus of about $59,000. So how do we arrive at this surplus? So referring to the graph, you can see where the surpluses and deficits occur. For example, recreation had a surplus of about $424,000, fire $284,000, library about $97,000, the museum and art gallery and so on. What is interesting is that the biggest surpluses occurred where COVID had the biggest effects. So in recreation, library, art gallery, museum. It was in these departments where programs were canceled, resulting in lower salaries and program expenses. This reduction in costs more than offset any lost revenues, especially in departments where user fees made up a smaller proportion of overall revenues. As for deficits, as you can see in the graph, the largest deficit was in corporate. This deficit was a result of legal expenses, which were about $366,000 over budget. And that was due to a number of legal files that were worked on during the year. As well, tax write-offs were higher by about $85,000 and lower tax interest revenue due to the tax interest waiver that we implemented from April to September of 2020. There were also deficits in the planning and building department. This was mostly due to lower permit and application fee revenues. And the pandemic played a large role in these revenues being lower as economic activity basically ground to a halt. Now, COVID. So the pandemic had a profound effect on the 2020 financials. I mean, who would have known that shortly after approving the 2020 budget, staff would have had to completely switch gears and begin implementing financial mitigating measures. As mentioned previously, if we exclude the grant money that was brought in to offset the budget, the town would have had a surplus of only $59,000. I think what this shows is that the town effectively mitigated the effects of COVID-19. The grant monies that were brought into revenue, which amounted to about $240,000, was solely to offset the direct costs of COVID. So costs for supplies, personal protective equipment, plexiglass, computer and network equipment, so staff could work safely from home. So overall, 2020 was a challenging year, but I believe that council and staff did an excellent job in dealing with the situation that unfortunately we were dealt with. So that's my report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for your report. Councillor Vardy.
Mute.
You're muted.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. The question I have relates to the $1 million that was surplus in 2019, and it was just put into reserves as a temporary measure into various reserves, but that money is not captured here, and I believe it should have been. So I'm just kind of curious as to why that $1 million is not showing up.
And how
to know too.
Yes. So the money from the 2019 year end was put into reserves. So what we're showing here is just the results that we had for 2020.
Okay, but is that not a carryover? Did we not put it into 2020 reserves just as a holding tank? Like I believe the agreement was we'll put it there for now, but that doesn't mean it's final resting place. So I think it should at least be appended to your financials that there was this $1 million temporarily put into reserves. We didn't agree that it would go into reserves forever. It was just like a holding place for it. That was the conversation I remember.
The funds from 2019 went into reserves for future use. There was no, we had a surplus in 2020, so there was no need to use any monies from reserves because we did have a surplus. So when I bring the final report back for 2020's final numbers, if we continue to have a surplus, then again, I will recommend where that surplus be allocated to which reserves.
All right, but you still haven't answered the question of that million being put into 2020 reserves as a temporary holding spot. We did not have an agreement as to which reserves they go into and for what purpose. So
council approved the recommendation as to where the surplus was to go. So this is not the 2020 budget.
On a temporary basis though, right? So I'm sorry, I'm having, yeah, that was my recollection. Maybe
I don't recall that it was, I don't know if that's the way the resolution was worded in terms of it being a temporary. We can go back and look at the resolution. And again, those monies that were put into reserves, really, they went into a lot of infrastructure kind of reserves or equipment replacement reserves for future asset replacement.
Did any of them go into the Heritage Committee?
Yes, there was a small portion that went into, actually went to planning, and then we moved it from planning into the Heritage Reserve to provide Heritage with a little bit of money.
Can you tell me how much that was?
It was about 17,000.
17 out of the million.
Yeah.
Well, I just have to make the comment that 17,000 out of a million, and we have Heritage as a priority. We need to put our money where our mouth is.
Yeah, what we did with the surplus was basically the departments that had surpluses, they were able to retain their reserves. So for instance, if the fire department had a surplus, that fire surplus would go into fire reserves for future equipment, fleet, and for their facilities.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, Stephen. You have a fun year ahead of you.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
So I'm not going to delve too much into what Councillor Vardy was saying, but that $1 million is still there. It's just ring fenced for the time being. But it's part of the 2019 monies we didn't spend, which went into surplus, but it's not contained in this presentation that you're talking about tonight. This isn't the result or the of that.
That's
million.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would be similar to the report I'm bringing here would be similar to the 2019 report that I brought. In 2019, we had a final surplus of approximately $1 million. For 2020, we're estimating a surplus of about 320,000. And that is because we brought in money from the COVID grant. So if we didn't bring that money in, we actually had a surplus. We went from $1 million surplus down to about a $60,000 surplus. And, you know, COVID played a huge part in that result.
So when the budget time comes, we can look at that $1 million being there, and we can still divvy it up to other pockets of the town where we need it, if we need to do that. Is that right?
When you say divvy up, you mean move it between reserves?
Yeah, I mean, like we did kind of put we ring fence some of the amounts of that $1 million into different areas of the town for future spending, but that's not written in stone at this point in time. We can look at that again when the budget comes around.
I think where we put the money for now, I think, you know, it would probably stay there. I wouldn't recommend using any of those funds to help with the 2020 budget. You know, we have to maintain I think the most important thing is we maintain the budget levy, the tax levy.
The reason why I say that is because
Yes.
that $1 was kind of a surplus of surplus, because we weren't expecting to save that amount of money. So we should,
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it at that, and we'll probably have more discussions when budget time comes.
Sure.
Let me just go back to your report of tonight, the $330,743 in surplus. when we did our budgets in 2020, is that the number? What number did we forecast to go into surplus for the year? Is that number equate to that?
No, we forecast it's a balanced budget, so there's no surplus forecast or deficit. It's a net zero.
I know.
So revenues equal expenses.
I know. It's municipal budgets are weird.
Yes.
But what did we forecast as a surplus for 2020?
Like I said, we wouldn't have forecast a surplus. So
I remember us having a long discussion about how much money we should put into a surplus when we did the 2020 budget. What was that number?
Into surplus or into reserves? Sorry,
into reserves. Sorry.
How much we would put into reserves?
Yeah.
Well, different departments had, different. The total amount I don't know offhand, but say for instance, Parks and Recreation would have budgeted transfers to their reserves for future capital. Same thing with Public Works, Fire Department.
Okay, well, I'm probably getting away from your report here, so I apologize for that.
It's
okay. So are we on track? We're okay?
Yeah,
I think the cost of COVID or the grants of COVID, so on and so forth, we're doing okay. I mean,
I thought we did a really good job, between council and staff at really mitigating the effects of COVID. I mean, this was obviously a very, very challenging year, and to come out, without with not even using very much of the COVID grant, we were able to mitigate through our mitigation measures, halting programs, laying off staff, to really mitigate the effects of COVID. And I thought we did a fabulous job.
Just to refresh my memory and for council and for the public, what was our cost related to COVID?
We're still working on the final numbers. We have final reporting to do to the province by the end of March. So we're going to tally up those numbers, the final numbers, and then I'll report back to council on that.
Okay. All right. That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Stephen.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Stephen, for your work put into this report. Appreciate it. Just a couple quick questions. I see how you've detailed the COVID-19 Safe Restart Grant and the monies that we received to offset and to help us to generate the surplus that we're in, which is great. I think I read further along in the CAO's report on the accomplishments that there was also quite a substantial infrastructure amount that we received for COVID related as well, which is going to the Gibson Street pedestrian.
That's right.
Right? 600 and some odd thousand or something like that.
435.
Okay.
436, yeah.
So there was another lump sum that we received there for helping us out with the COVID-related pressures. Just as Councillor Vardy also noted, with the 1 million, there was also a 1 million surplus in water and wastewater, correct?
Yeah, there was a large surplus in water and wastewater. I think it was more in wastewater, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was transferred into the water and wastewater reserves for future, replacement of water and sewer mains.
Right. So again, at that time, I think I mentioned that it might be something we need to look at as to how we, the rates were quite high that we put on the levy the last year, 4-point-something%. I can't remember what the two of them were each. But
yeah. What's if I just make a comment about that, yes. What's interesting to say about wastewater, for instance, is sometimes we get overbilled by the region. Well, we receive a forecast from the region as to how much we're going to be charged, say, for wastewater, and then we end up being overbilled because the amount of actual sewage was actually less than what was forecast by the region. So we'll actually end up getting a credit back. And that's why we would end up in such large surplus positions at the end of the year.
Mhm. I'd like to see if, as well, like Councillor Vardy saying, if we look at that very closely when we go into the next budget process to see how we can mitigate costs that we put back out on the levy.
I agree, and we're definitely looking at that. We are that's our main priority right now. Is really we know how difficult this year has been. We know 2021 for probably most of the year is going to be just as difficult. And our main priority is to bring forward a very responsible budget.
Great, and that just brings me to my quick last question. The timeline for the budget process. I know it's changed slightly. We originally were going to roll out for some public input January 11th this week, and I hear it's been moved to January 18th. Can you just give us a bit of the timeline as to what the community can expect with regards to the budget deliberations and when they're going to see something and when council's going to see something?
Yeah, so we delayed the community engagement by a week just because of the delay in the Bang the Table software being approved. So it allowed us a little more time to get in and look at the software. So that will start up next week with the community engagement. Staff is meeting next week. We're having our corporate budget discussion next week to go over all the budgets. And on February 9th, the final budget will be released to council for their review. So they'll have the budget for about 2 weeks prior to the council meeting, the budget council meeting. I believe it's on February 23rd.
And when will the public see what council sees on February 9th?
They will see it on February 9th. It'll be released.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you for your presentation, Stephen. Just
Thank you.
a question. I don't know if I should be directing this to you or Mr. Schlang, but I'm going to ask you. I believe there was a motion put in sometime last year to get a breakdown of all these legal costs. I'm quite concerned that we're almost $500,000 over again. So is there such a report coming forward?
Yeah, I can provide. It's actually funny that you say that because I just asked one of my team members to start putting those figures together. So I can bring that shortly. So we can see the different areas where, like for one big file for sure was the air park, where there was a lot of legal money spent on that and so on. There was the oh my gosh, up on the mountain, the fill bylaw and all that. So yeah, there were a number of large legal files that were dealt with, and so it was expected that the amount would be over budget.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Stephen. Stephen, good report. Good news story too, with the surplus. So on page 21 of the report, I'm looking at the whole agenda, 21 out of 537. So the amount of funds that we received from the province under the Safe Restart grant, are we looking at? I just see it says under direct expenses was 240,000. And then the unused portion of the grant for 442,000. So I just adding the two up, I got about $680,000. Is that what?
That's, yep, 682 was the amount we got for the COVID. Yeah.
And that's what the town received from COVID or for COVID expenses.
Yeah. In 2020, yeah, we received the 682. We also received the 436 for the capital money, COVID monies, which we're using for the HVAC at the library and the Gibson Street Bridge. Yep. And then we received or will be receiving an additional 137,000 in 2021 related to COVID.
Great. Well, thank you to all the staff involved, and great work. The future looks pretty promising ahead of us. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and through you to Stephen. Just a couple of questions, Stephen. One, just I guess a point of clarification, because I am on the Heritage Committee, and 17,000 does sound like a small amount, but most of the Heritage budgets in the past have been relatively the same between 20 and 30,000, if I recall the most. But things like studies and hiring consultants for heritage studies usually come out of the planning budget and not the heritage budget. Am I correct in suggesting that?
Yeah, historically, the heritage budget was just a budget for the committee to operate. And I think what's happening is that it's kind of evolving. Heritage has become a much bigger thing with this new council, and I think it's going to take a life on its own. Seeing the heritage budget maybe continue to evolve. But you're right. Yes, most of all the work that was done through heritage was actually in the planning budget. And we can take a look at that going forward, if that's something we want to continue, or if council wants to look at how we organize that.
Yeah, we can sure discuss that. I just wanted to clarify that. The other question I had was, again, the corporate deficit we have that you're showing. You said we were over budget on legal by, was it close to 300,000?
Yeah, I believe it was at
What was if I can recall, what the original budget was? It 450. So are we talking of
350?
350. So we're talking close to $750,000, close to 650. So most of that there is legal. It's nothing else. There's
right.
Yeah. So we're not over budget on salaries. We're not over budget on anything else corporately. Just on legal. Okay.
Yeah, good. Legal, the tax write-offs. We just, for some unusual reason, we were over budget $85,000 in tax write-offs. And then there was the interest revenue. We waived the penalty and interest on taxes, so that was about $55,000. So adding all those up together, there was a few other smaller things. It came out to about $640,000 deficit.
Good answers. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and I just might want to add, sorry, that all of that over budget was offset, was absorbed through the budget or through the year end. So we didn't actually dip into reserves to cover any of that off. So I should mention that.
That's a point. It's a point. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we can get a handle on legal next budget in 2021, we should come up looking really smelling like a rose. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Barty.
Stephen, I just want to be sure that with respect to heritage, the Heritage Committee will be consulted. The committee itself will be consulted in terms of what its needs are for this year.
Yeah, I reached out to the chair of the Heritage Committee asking to provide some feedback for a work plan, what it is they're looking to do, maybe a couple projects that we could look at funding. Also keeping in mind that, again, the 2021 budget is going to be fairly lean, the effects of COVID. So, but we're willing to look at, the work plan and some of the projects that they would like to pursue.
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Councillor Dunstall, I assume that you're going to be consulting with your committee in the preparation of that?
Is that normal for councillors to question other councillors about their responsibilities on their chairing their committees? Is this a normal practice?
It's a straightforward question, Councillor Dunstall. I'm just asking if you're going to consult with other members of the committee. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just asking you a question.
I sure will.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Very good.
Seeing no further questions, I just need a mover and seconder to receive Stephen's report. Moved by Councillor Cadwell. Seconder, Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report FAN 21-03 regarding the 2020 operating Q4 forecast be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have report 7.1B, the COVID-19 rapid response options and opportunities. Adam, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, members of council. Before you this evening, you have report ED 2101 regarding COVID-19 rapid response options and opportunities for Grimsby's downtown commercial core. This report was developed in response to resolution CW 2115, approved by council on December 21st, 2020. This report was also developed in the spirit of expediency, given council's direction to identify rapid response opportunities to support Grimsby's downtown in an immediate manner. The options and opportunities included are presented in a very high-level manner and in order to solicit council's initial feedback before determining which, if any, should be explored further and taken to area stakeholders like the DIA, the Chamber, GDAC, and local residents to solicit critical feedback and input. Again, in the spirit of proactivity, one of the recommendations put forward as a piece of low-hanging fruit, if you will, is a temporary use zoning bylaw allowing for additional permitted uses on a 3-year time-limited and temporary basis in the downtown Main Street zone. Because this initiative specifically requires council's approval to move forward with the formal planning and public consultation process required under the Planning Act, and because it is anticipated that that process will take a minimum of 3 months, this report was quickly developed along with the appended report and draft bylaw for council's consideration. By reviewing and approving that staff move forward into the formal engagement and consultation process, staff can commence with critical stakeholder engagement and public consultation, all with a goal of being able to accommodate additional permitted uses and ideally to encourage the occupancy of vacant downtown storefronts in time for the upcoming summer season, and as a means to solicit additional ideas and suggestions from these stakeholders. While many of the balance of the recommendations do not specifically require council's approval, they're being presented in order to solicit council's feedback and input, again, in advance of seeking feedback from external stakeholders, which will undoubtedly assist staff in finalizing and executing the preferred initiatives. No one or combination of the preliminary rapid response opportunities included in this report is being presented as a silver bullet. Rather, they are opportunities that can be made the most of quickly and cost effectively, and which can have a positive impact within Grimsby's downtown commercial core and are best thought of as quick wins. These quick wins will provide much needed immediate support and will further allow staff appropriate time to continue to explore and consider other longer term, more holistic approaches to COVID mitigation within the downtown core. And of course, if initiatives prove successful, they could, as appropriate, be activated on a town-wide basis beyond the downtown core. To conclude, it should be noted that this report is intended as an early first step in an iterative and ongoing process, and no final decisions of council are being requested this evening. Rather, if directed by council, staff can begin to allocate resources to undertaking stakeholder engagement, and it is hoped and it's likely that additional recommendations will be discovered in partnership with those local community stakeholders during that dialogue. So while it may sound a little cliche, the pandemic has forced municipalities to truly think outside the box and to begin to better appreciate the pace at which private sector actors must respond to unforeseen changes in the marketplace. With that in mind, these initial opportunities have been provided in hopes that some of these initiatives might eventually result in meaningful outcomes within the Grimsby business community and downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Adam. Councillor Vane.
Good evening, Adam. Thank you for your report. Just a couple of quick questions for you. You say there's not an immediate decision required by council tonight on the bylaw. Is that correct?
I think the idea is that this would come to council next Monday. And then that's where the decision to allow us to move forward into the public consultation component of moving this forward would happen. If as we go through that consultation process, it's determined that the initiative isn't really something that the community or the downtown merchants or property owners are interested in, then we would find that out and we would sort of move on to other opportunities at that time.
Is there currently businesses that are interested in taking up the vacant storefronts, which look horrible? Is there businesses willing to come in?
Yes, through you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, there have been a number of business owners who have approached town staff to understand the permitted use, the permitted uses from the zoning bylaw perspective, and they've been told that their permitted use, two real estate offices, one professional service office, a vet clinic, and then through business owners, I've heard that they've also had interest as well and had the permitted use from the zoning bylaw become an issue, but they didn't specifically disclose to me what the use was, but just that it didn't fit within the current permitted uses. So there is absolutely an appetite.
So this really is kind of a priority right now. We've got to get our downtown active again. And I did read a letter concerning saying that some people feel that we should stay with strictly retail, but my feeling is that retail is a dying animal at this particular moment. And the future looks like it's not going to be in brick and mortar stores. So I've heard rumors that we could possibly lose some of these interested people to other towns if we don't act rather quickly on this. Is that correct?
Yes, in fact, I know that in one case, the business owner is going to be moving for a period of 18 to 24 months into Beamsville, and then will be coming back to Grimsby eventually as their facility is completed. But yes, they have not been able to, in the timelines they required, find a suitable location within the town of Grimsby.
My only concern with sticking with simply things like retail is, as I say, I'm concerned of the future for brick and mortar retail. But places like real estate offices, veterinary clinics, dental offices, banks, lawyers, whatever, they all bring in a lot of traffic. So to me, it's actually probably a better choice than just trying to stick with solely retail. But that's my opinion, and I'd be interested to hear what you feel about this and how you feel about the bylaw. That's it. Thank you.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Jordan. A couple of things. I mean, to your point, Councillor Vane, of bricks and mortar and retail, the evolving nature of retail. If you look back to 2014, when you look at Amazon's revenue, for example, they were at 30 billion. Now they're at 300 billion. So you can see that the focus in retail is moving online. But I want to be very clear with respect to this temporary use zoning bylaw is that it's just that. It's temporary in nature. It's 3 years. It gives people an opportunity to fill the vacant storefronts while we deal with COVID and while we get through the pandemic. And it really helps to ensure that as visitors and people passing through, they see the downtown as vibrant and as a place where business is continuing to happen, and they don't see storefronts vacant. My thought was that it's better to have an office use, for example, than an empty storefront. We know that the operators of the office and visitors to the office will patronize local restaurants and other retail shops. So that's the idea. And again, it's a temporary initiative at this point. It'll probably stay that way, and it's really intended to address the issue in the short term.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you very much, Adam, for the report. Great report. You've really covered a wide spectrum of positive assistance for the downtown. Having read through it a couple times, you've came up with 10 very good initiatives in your report. Again, I hope a lot of the public has a chance to look at this, especially the business sector of the businesses, because just an example is Sunday Main Street West closure, pedestrian only access. I think just there's so much in here, Adam. It's really, I think it's very viable and it can be very doable to benefit the downtown. The patio program, again, the north side Main Street West barrier closures. Just question I do have, Adam, is it's regards to the Business Advisory Services Program, which will allow, I believe it's 5 to 10 hours of legal service. So could you just elaborate on that a little bit, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Jordan. This initiative is something that's taken place in other communities very successfully. And how it works is local service providers, be they accountants, be they bankers, be they marketers or operations specialists, agree to provide on a pro bono basis some time to individual business owners who are struggling in a certain area. Obviously, it's not going to be free service forever. It's for a number of hours, whether it's 2, 5, 10, that'll really be up to the service provider. And it's intended to allow them to get some support in a cost-effective, and in this case, free manner to help them with their business operations. And because the service provider is choosing or agreeing to offer that service on a pro bono basis, obviously, their motivation beyond supporting the community and helping businesses through COVID is also, it's an opportunity for them to do business development. If they hit it off with one of the business owners, or there's a real connection, then maybe they work together on a paid basis, on a go forward basis. So it's really about providing folks who need certain professional support an opportunity to at least kick the can a little bit and get some high level and initial feedback without incurring any major or significant costs.
That sounds great. Thank you very much, Adam. Also, you mentioned, I believe, that with partnerships, getting information and resources from the chamber and the DIA, having them involved too. I think that's it's a great package deal, and I look forward to next meeting supporting this. Thank you very much, Adam.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I've made a few questions and comments. Just outright, first of all, I noticed, Adam, thank you. There is some excellent initiatives in this report. I think that they need some good fleshing out, and it's a starting point.
Absolutely.
Did you, and with respect to this particular report, did you actually consult with the DIA to create it?
No, the idea was that I wanted to come to council with these ideas and get some general direction before I took it to the stakeholders, because I didn't want to get out into the community and establish sort of some early expectations that some groups might buy into, and then we come to council and council decides in their, as is their right, to say that's not really something that we're interested in pursuing. I didn't want to set those expectations. So it was intended that I come to council in a very high level way with these ideas, and then we sort of talk about which ones have legs enough to take out to the stakeholders and get their feedback on viability, on how to implement, on how to optimize, how to be involved and engaged, or just that we quite frankly don't think this has got legs, and maybe our energy is best focused elsewhere.
As part of your literature review, did you refer to the Winston Neighborhood Commercial Policy Review document done by SGL?
I did not, sorry, no.
Okay, I'll bring your attention to that as a key document. Considering that your bylaw refers to the Winston Road, Main Street, as part of this temporary bylaw. And the Winston Neighborhood Commercial Policy Review was done in 2015 by SGL at the request of the developers in the area when the employment areas were being developed, to determine what were the best types of uses to go into the employment buildings there in the DMS zone, downtown Main Street on Winston, as well as the service commercial zones on the North Service Road and the corporate center where DeSantis is. That $50,000 report, 25 was paid for by Brandhaven and LJM. And there was a number of research documents that went into it, looking at the market and looking at what the best uses were and how to ensure that they didn't compete with the downtown Main Street area. That commercial policy review outlines the uses that are recommended, and it clearly states, and our official plan, the Winston Neighborhood Secondary Plan, clearly state that a vibrant social and pedestrian oriented Main Street area that serves the day-to-day convenient shopping needs of the surrounding residents will be located at the gateway to the community, generally along Winston Road between Hunter and Windward Drive. It will be the focal area for convenience, commercial, and personal services, and its function is to serve the weekly needs of surrounding residents for groceries, personal care products, and services, but will not usurp the function or range of uses provided by the downtown. That's in the official plan. That's also in this the SGL report on the commercial policy review as well. And it details quite clearly why some uses should be permitted and some not. Mm-hmm. When DeSantis went and asked for a commercial school, that's why the commercial school use is permitted in the corporate center and not the North Service Road or the Winston Main Street. So bringing a bylaw forward that now recommends a commercial school in an area that's supposed to be convenience commercial, serving us, the day-to-day needs and to keep it vibrant doesn't make sense. Putting a vet clinic doesn't make sense. We have real estate agents there now, which I believe are not conforming to the zoning bylaw that currently exists in the DMS zone on Winston. We don't need, in the Winston neighborhood, more lawyers, more real estate agents, more, got a couple dentists, we've got that already. This report specifically said those uses should be on the North Service Road in those employment zones in that area. So I feel that when this bylaw was written, it didn't take into account, it seems to be, I know you're trying to work on the downtown Main Street where we have vacancies, but we've got most of them filled up here now in the Winston Road area. And I don't think you can put the two in here. I looked at the bylaw. I actually went to planning staff and said, I'm a little unclear as to how this bylaw is worded because it recommends that number 3 in the bylaw says, notwithstanding provisions of table 13, blah, 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 shall apply to the lands identified in Schedule A. And I said, well, Schedule A is the Winston neighborhood, but what about Schedule B, which is downtown? And then they said, oh, yeah, it should have been A and B. So we don't have an amended bylaw in front of us tonight, but in any event, those are some of my concerns, is that I don't think a fulsome review of the history of how the Winston neighborhood Main Street uses were arrived at was taken into consideration in this bylaw. The 3-year term within the Planning Act, the next concern I have is that it's nice to say it's temporary, but from a Google search, from what I see, there's very few uses of this nature that are using the temporary use bylaw. It's more like patios or for other things that are more transient and of a temporary nature, not actually implementing new uses into a zone. The 3-year term can be renewed and can be renewed in perpetuity, year after year after year, term after term after term. So I can't see how we would look at this as a temporary use where we would put some business in and then say, you've branded yourself, you've marketed yourself, you've done all your flyers, you've got your clients and all that stuff. And at the end of 3 years, we say, we don't think you're a good fit, so go away. I suspect we open our door to a legal challenge. Right now, we have grandfathered businesses, real estate agents on the main floor downtown, that because a use has continued with the new zoning bylaw, we can't kick them out because as long as the use continues, they can be there forever. So although the Planning Act says that grandfathered provision doesn't apply to the temporary use, I think it would be you'd be very hard pressed to tell a business after 3 years, you don't fit, you've done all your branding, you've got your clients, but we want you out because we don't think it meets our vibrant, pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. So I'm concerned that setting a 3-year term and telling and using that, we have no matrix, we have no measurements of how to say whether it works or doesn't work with the synergies of the downtown at the end of 3 years. We don't have anything to say, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't believe a vet clinic fits the downtown synergy. People don't go to a real estate agent or a vet clinic or a lawyer with the intent to go downtown and shop for clothes or go to the restaurant and eat. They go with a set time and a purpose to get something done. You get your dog his vaccinations, you're going home because there's no way you want to go shopping downtown with a dog who's just had his vaccinations, whatever. So are we putting the proper uses in? Should we be doing short-term gain? This could be long-term pain. We could end up with something that isn't going to be a good fit for that future vision of what we want for the downtown with our new pedestrian realm and parkette or whatever we're going to do. Office in 3 years, that's a long time to be stuck with something that might not be working, and you might find businesses fail as a result. So I'm just concerned about that. So I'm not supporting this bylaw in the way that it's currently written. I don't feel it meets the best interests of the Winston Road neighborhood for sure, let alone the downtown Main Street. I'm not comfortable with the wording, the way it's worded. It's not clear. I think we have some inconsistencies with how the DMS zone and the uses are being applied in the Winston neighborhood versus a downtown Main Street. And I see that the recommendation in this report is that this bylaw be recommended, that staff be directed to proceed with the attached temporary use bylaw. I'm not going to support that motion because I think there's too many things that have not been clarified and really sought out and looked at. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Adam.
That's Rick. How are you?
Good. A very comprehensive report, no question. I just want to say that I wish you had consulted with the experts of downtown before you went off and put this report together. You might have saved ourselves a week or two. I think it's imperative, and it's that you in this case, meet with and have some really wholesome discussions with the DIA and the Chamber of Commerce for the downtown. When I say downtown, I'm talking about the Main Street downtown, particularly between Christie and Elm, that area. I think that there's no silver bullets. By the way, you mentioned the silver bullet. There's no silver bullets. We're all in lockdown. If you put, I don't care how many offices you put downtown, if they want to go downtown to go to their offices, there's no restaurants open for them to go to anyways. And I said that COVID is not going to be with us forever. At some point in time, we're going to be at the other side of this. And we need to have a clean downtown where retail is the important piece along that strip. And from an office perspective, offices can go upstairs. They don't have to be on the main drag, right on the main road. They can go up, much like what Kevin did at Harmony Jewelers. He had the retail downstairs, he put offices upstairs. That kind of thing goes well. I don't believe that we are going to do ourselves any justice by changing the zoning downtown to allow anything and anyone to open an office downtown that's not going to create the type of traffic we want. This should not be a knee-jerk reaction. Just we're into COVID and everything is affected by this, not just offices. I mean, I would challenge you to find how many people would want to open an office during this lockdown period. Anyways, it's not going to be that easy to do. I think that you need to go back. I'd like to suggest we refer this back to you, meet with the chamber, meet with the DIA, get some wholesome discussions and consultations going, and bring this back to us for another look at it. And take your time. Nobody's going anywhere. COVID is still around. It's going to be around for a while. So let me suggest you go back and do that and come back with a wholesome report where the stakeholders are really have an input into this. And as Councillor Bothwell said, in 3 years from now, if we put, offices downtown, in 3 years from now, we can't kick those people out of their offices and say, by the way, we're now going to open it up to retail because we have some good retailers that want to come in here. That's what we need to be looking at. So I don't think I want to, at this point in time, support this bylaw. And I suggest you go back, and I'm going to suggest you refer this back and get some wholesome conversations with key stakeholders downtown. You don't have to answer my questions, but I'm just suggesting you do that, and it would make me feel much better when I decide to vote on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam, for your really wholesome report.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, between Councillor Frake and Councillor Bothwell's comments, there's a lot that I wasn't able to respond to. There's a lot to unpack there, a lot going on. They're all great questions, and Some of them have absolutely been thought through. Some of the points you brought up, quite honestly and candidly, have not been considered as yet. And some of that was intended to take place during the consultation process. But I think the couple of things that I would just want to highlight and just for your consideration and sort of review is, if COVID were not an issue, we probably wouldn't be discussing this issue. We probably wouldn't be putting forward a temporary use zoning bylaw. I think the thought is that if we have willing offices, vet clinics, commercial schools, whatever it may be, that are interested in occupying a storefront in the downtown, that it's better to have that than a vacant storefront. So that's the ultimate goal. Now, the 3-year term, we've talked internally about how we would enforce that. We've talked about the ways and means by which we could avoid legal implications and have those occupants as part of their building permit or sign permit or whatever permit they need from the town to sign off and acknowledge and agree that after 3 years, they must vacate the facility. There are, and I would defer to my colleagues in the planning department with respect to Planning Act implications.
Kevin hasn't, has he?
And the 3 years plus an extension, I would defer that to
He's
them.
going to call the question.
But I think the idea is that if we think this through, I think there are ways to make it happen in a good and meaningful way. The reason that the Winston Road area is sort of, I don't want to say lumped into this, but is involved in this is because the area that we're talking about is all areas zoned and only areas zoned downtown Main Street. The north side of Winston is zoned downtown Main Street. So if we do something for Main Street East and West, that's in the downtown Main Street zone, we also have to do it in the Winston Road area. So totally understand and appreciate the comments that, that there's still some work to do. And I will take that back. Points well taken, points well noted. I just think that, once we have, or if we have an opportunity to flesh this out, I think some of it will become a little more evident. And I'll leave it at that for now, but I take your point about reaching back for engagement and Councillor Bothwell reviewing the document that you mentioned. I made a note of that, so I'll review that as well. And at the end of the day, quite honestly, if this is something that council does not have an appetite for, then then we'll deal with other ways and means. But I think there's a bit of consensus at the staff level that this would, in the immediate and short term, provide some benefit. So I'll leave it at that. But thank you both for your comments and your suggestions.
Councillor Barty.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam. I read your document. I really think there were a lot of very interesting ideas there. A lot of them I support wholeheartedly. Some of them I have to say I wasn't completely on side with. In listening to all of this, one of the things that I feel is fundamentally important before we look at any bylaws or rezoning or whatever, or temporary zoning, you have to consult with the existing businesses before we give any consideration to any of this, because what we decide will impact them. And so I don't think we should be doing anything until we've heard very specifically from them. So that's the consultation part. And I guess I have to tell you, as someone who comes from a federal government background that has managed and run many government programs, consultation. If you don't, it's not going to go well for you. So that is fundamentally the very first thing that has to be done before consideration of any temporary measure. The next question that I'd like to know is, what kind of outreach have we done with respect to retail? I'm aware of, I've heard of a small batch brewery that would like to come into Grimsby. That would be a perfect place. I mean, they could still brew during lockdown, and then when things open up, things will get get better, you know. I honestly, and this is my opinion, I do not believe that lawyers' offices and vet clinics are going to drive downtown traffic. You know, if I go somewhere with my dog, I'm going home with my dog because one, on a hot day, I can't leave him in the car and I can't bring him in a store. So that is definitely an in and out proposition. The same with, you know, if I'm going to a lawyer, you know, I'm not going to walk around. So I think what we need to really be trying to seek out here are businesses that are going to continue to help drive walk-by interest. And a lot of the things that you put forward, like the extended patios and all of that, were things that would help to drive that walk-by interest. So I think we need to really sort of, in my opinion, support those kinds of activities. And I really believe that if we give a 3-year, you know, temporary zoning exemption, one, it's not gonna end at 3 years, and we're gonna end up turning, you know, downtown Main Street into a strip mall, and that'll be the death knell of downtown Main Street, and we'll lose all retail, and you know, our downtown will just be a drive-by, and you know, we'll lose even more. And given that we've got a major construction going up right now with the DeSantis building, they're going to want to have that kind of retail and restaurants around. So I think, you know, we're looking at sorry, someone's interrupting me. I think that we're looking at a longer term option when we should be looking at more shorter term ideas and doing more to do that kind of retail outreach. So I guess for me, we're in no position to be, you know, just to summarize, we're in no position to make any kind of decision on any kind of bylaw until we've consulted with the stakeholders downtown, because what we decide, you know, will definitely have an impact on them, and I suspect negatively. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Vardy. I think, Antonetta, do you have something to add about the bylaw in particular?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. If it's helpful, what we could add, it's a draft bylaw. The next step, should council say, yes, go and explore this, would be that we would host a public open house. And that public open house, whether virtually or not, we'd have to figure out, we talked about leveraging Bang the Table, a whole host of other things, would canvass, how does the community feel about this bylaw? And in addition to that, do you have any other ideas that you want us to consider? So if it helps, we too agree that community engagement is absolutely paramount. This was going to be a potential starting point for that conversation, along with many of the other ideas that Adam's report included, but also, and maybe more importantly, canvassing the communities for what ideas they might have. So just want to touch on that, the importance of the public engagement piece, and also opening it up, not just staff and ideas maybe from internally, but also what does our community want to see? What do they think could be helpful? And that was part of the process that we had talked about when we built it into that. So if that's helpful, I want to offer that.
All right, well, thank you very much, Antonetta. I just think that before we have any kind of bylaw draft or otherwise, and it was not my understanding that we were looking at a draft bylaw, but rather a bylaw that would be approved and then approved at council. You know, let's not put the cart before the horse. The first thing we need to do before we do anything, and I like what Adam has put together, and that's a great straw man for discussion, but we have to consult with the DIA before we go any further with this, to my mind.
Thank you. Councilor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just I have some questions to clarify here. The first one is, if this is passed tonight, the Planning Act states that there'll be a minimum 30 days consultation with the public. I'm sure you'd include the DIA and any other stakeholders or any other people that you think would be pertinent to making these decisions where money changes may come into effect. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So when I look at this here, thank you for the report. I think there's a lot of great ideas. And I keep on hearing people saying, no, we need to stop this right now. Don't put the cart before the horse, all the rest. But when I look at us, I go, we're looking at stuff as an example. The state of New York, the governor's just come out today and saying we have to open up our economy or it's going to be decimated. So we've also now heard in Ontario that they're saying that they want 4 million vaccines distributed and given to people so we can start opening up our economy. So 4 million vaccines, when's that going to be? Some people say September, some people say May or April. But again, who knows when it will be? It could be sooner than later. And we need to be prepared. And this is unprecedented times. So here we are, we're looking at some ideas. You're looking at a minimum 30 days. We're looking into February, maybe even March. And just to consult on things. And if we're looking, and let's say these vaccines happen by April or May, it would be perfect timing right now. We also need to look at another issue, depending on what businesses. I keep on hearing that, we shouldn't have veterinary offices or lawyer offices. If it's made clear to them at the beginning that it's a 3-year temporary situation, we got to remember, we're also looking at replacing the water main project at downtown. That's going to shut that street down for quite a long time. And any traffic down there is better than no traffic. So I think that we should be looking at this, given the opportunity. I 100% agree with my colleagues that the DIA and other people need to be consulted. But I think that if this is a draft and we can move this forward and start those conversations, we'll be in a much better shape come March, April, when we look at actually passing this. Because I don't expect this to come to the next council. I don't expect this, obviously it'll be a 30 days minimum. I don't expect it to come within even the 30-day time frame. But that's what I think. I think that it's a great start. It's a great opportunity, and we need to start the dialogue amongst the stakeholders. So I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
Just a quick point again is to remember that this bylaw impacts the Winston Road neighborhood as well as the downtown, and there's significant impacts to the Winston area as well. And I don't think people are understanding that, considering commercial policy review that was done. So that's where my main concerns are coming from as well. I'd like to defer or refer, if there's a way to split whatever the motion is into 1 and 2, so that 1 is received and referred back to staff for further investigation, and then 2 can stand alone. I don't know if I have to put forward to refer right now as to do that as a motion. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Bothwell, we can put a referral motion forward now. 1 and 2, yeah. All right. Pardon? Can he get this? All right. Councillor Sharp, you haven't spoken on this yet?
I withdraw.
All right, so we have a referral motion on, moved by Councillor Bothwell. Seconder for this, Councillor Frake. I'll read the referral resolution. Resolve that.
Point of clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Will any councillors be declaring a conflict of interest about this?
I don't know. It's up to them to declare. It's up to the councillor to declare if they feel they have one. So.
Okay, thank you.
The referral resolution I have right now is resolved that report ED 21-01 dated January 11th, 2021 be received, and that report ED 21-01 be referred back to staff in consultation with the DIA and the Chamber of Commerce and any other potential stakeholders. Does that sound good, Councillor Bothwell?
It does. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report ED 21-01 dated January 11th, 2021 be received, and that report ED 2021-01 be referred back to staff in consultation with the DIA and the Chamber of Commerce and any other potential stakeholders.
Do we have a recorded vote as well?
Yeah.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frey,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Ritchie,
Sorry, it's muted. Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy, Councillor Vardy, sorry,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right. Up next, we have report 7.1C, report CAO 21-01, accomplishments 2020, council strategic priorities. CAO?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I've included a very thorough document, Appendix 1 in the report, but I wanted to just go over Appendix 2 and just highlight a few of the things in the report, if that's okay. And thank you for that. So I just wanted to give council a bit of an update on the priorities. I'll talk a bit about the background, the direction that council gave us, which was fabulous to get the entire corporation rowing in the same direction, working on priorities. And of course, our unplanned event that I'll talk about, some of the impacts of that unplanned event, and basically what were some of the key success factors and allowed us to manage the pandemic and still stay on course with a number of the priorities. And then as you know, in Appendix 1, I gave a very detailed strategic priority status. I'll just go over them very quickly in this presentation, and then looking ahead at 2021 at a glance. So just a time chart. If you see that in December of 2019, council came together and set a direction for the entire corporation and the community. And not only did you do that, but you also approved some resources, both human and financial, to try and accomplish some of those objectives. So, and I'm proud to say that after that meeting in March 2nd, around March 7th, we met with 27 people leaders in the corporation and shared with them where council wanted to take the community. And we aligned the entire corporation towards those objectives. And then of course, we know what happened on March 17th, March 13th to March 17th. But I'm still proud to say, because council set the stage of where we needed to go, we still have initiated all 22 of the priorities and the statuses in the report. Just to quickly talk about the guiding principles you said, financial stewardship, transparency, bring jobs to our community, protect the distinct character and heritage of the community, and inclusivity. You developed these 22 initiatives around the 7 themes. And this chart, I just wanted to show you that you set this direction around January of 2020. And then in March, of course, you approved the budget, but then we hit that unplanned event. And we graphically set this up to show that we managed that event and we didn't just go in circles and go backwards on your priorities. We actually kept the momentum going and stayed on course from a number of these initiatives as we move forward to deliver things for you for the end of the council term. When we look at the emergency, I don't think you've ever seen, we've had about 1,000 hours in the actual EOC, and the mayor has been involved with that weekly. But we also spent about 7,500 hours outside of the EOC to try and pivot almost weekly, monthly, in trying to ensure the corporation stays safe and as well as the community. And we developed some very innovative approaches of how we deliver those services. And I think that'll help us for years to come. And of course, now we're in the second wave. But not only did we have to focus on internally of keeping things safe and our services, we also realized as a council and as a team, staff team, that we had to help out the community. And there was just amazing work done by the volunteer firefighters, GBF, our staff on food drives, on making the reverse parade happen, on the Remembrance Day, on securing masks, on financial taxpayer relief, keeping the farmers market going, developing some self-service tools while our town hall was closed for people to still get services. And the library did some really creative work to still have people access those services within that. And probably something we're most proud of, and all of council, and the mayor did some monthly videos, as we really got a lot of compliance jointly with the Grimsby residents through education and information, not enforcement. And that's something to be proud of as we work together with the community. We also, when you look at all the work that was done in the pandemic and then staying on course for moving some of the initiatives forward, was really a tremendous amount of extraordinary teamwork and the people of the organization and the teamwork with council. Council actually helped us develop some of that teamwork. This organization was very siloed, like most municipalities, really departmental focused, but the budget process in 2020 really helped us to work as a team. The committee of the whole structure allows us to share each other's ideas as directors of the departments, be engaged in all the discussions, know where we're going to help the community versus just our departmental focus. So that council enabled us to already work together really well. We also did some restructuring in the organization. We're doing a lot more with the same resources, and the volunteer firefighters did recruit 11 very talented people. We also recognized we had to look at some of our workplace agreements. Some of them, most of them have all expired, and there was one that we just recently signed that was expired in 2013. And that was with our volunteer firefighters. So we showed that we cared about our employees, both on the labor agreements as well as health and safety. The organization really rallied behind a shared purpose of this pandemic, but also with some of the building blocks that we established from a corporate performance point of view, really leverage that as well, that we're now starting to move to be a high performance team. We're not there yet, but a lot of the work we have done and the results that we have show that we're moving towards there. I'm just going to go over these really quickly. If you require responsible development, you talked about we didn't have enough infrastructure for the growth, and a lot of work has been done in the development charge background study that helps us fund infrastructure for the next 5 years. There was water main replacements. There was pollution prevention control plan that was initiated. And no one can forget the work that was done in the site alteration bylaw, which went into effect in June for neighborhood policies that you wanted us to achieve. Heritage, the Grimsby Beach study was launched. There's been some significant improvements in how we review developments, and the council and the staff worked hard on 2 specific developments: improving parking, improving waterfront views, vistas, setbacks, and really did a good job together in a couple key developments. When we look at the Economic Development Office, you know, we've hired our first Economic Development Officer. Adam presented this a few weeks ago, to really drive business retention and expansion. That's going to be incredibly important as we move forward, and a number of other initiatives. And he's already worked and got us about 40K in grants. So we're now in the game in the ecosystem in ECDev across Niagara and in Hamilton. We're also looking at, Adam and I talked, is how do we leverage this $1 billion of investment that's coming our way over the next 3 to 5 years, which is amazing for a community our size, but take that investment, both public and private, and catalyze the employment side. We need to drive jobs out of this, net new direct jobs, not just construction jobs. We're talking about 1,000 jobs minimum. And then of course, retaining a minimum of 300 jobs, but no community in Canada is getting this type of investment in their community. And we've got to turn this into real jobs and sustainable jobs in our community. We're also, the work that this council and staff did on the accountability front is amazing. When you arrived in 2019, you were coming out of a deficit position in 2018 from a financial point of view. You now have surpluses in both 19 and 20. They're now being allocated to much needed reserves. We talked about this in the 2020 budget process. The reserves need some assistance to allow us to develop financial sustainability for decades to come. The asset management side, we've inventoried all our physical assets at 710 million. We analyzed an infrastructure gap for council. It was rejected in the 2020 budget, but that information that we have will help us for some long-term financial planning. And just look at all the work you've done in improving the governance structure of the community, and it's listed below. Our clerk now attends all committee meetings. They're not held in side rooms, and also attends the GDAC and Heritage Committee meetings. So we're getting some consistency in how we manage those meetings across the corporation. The investment that this council made in its first ever transit service has been absolutely astounding. You know, of all the ridership, we're taking about 60%. I sent you all an email today on about 7,500 rides, and we're accounting for 4,500 rides, which is totally amazing. We're leveraging a $3 million investment. So we're paying, you know, less than 9% of the cost of that investment, but we're getting over 60% of the ridership. So a tremendous investment by council that's just seen some outstanding results. We've also, this council has worked very hard on improving safety, and proud to say that the flashing beacons, the MTO, has agreed to that with a partnership with the MPP, and all of you staying, persistent on making that happen and improving those. We've worked a lot on the Niagara West Escarpment Crossing, number of meetings with Minister Maroney at the MTO, jointly with our Western partners as well as the region. And of course, the Grimsby Master Plan has been put in the DC project list. We continue to work on the Metrolinx file with the region and the Ministry of Transportation to bring GO to Grimsby. The Heritage and Culture, the Grimsby Beach Study has been launched. We did 6 designation reports. The council's agreed on a way forward on the Main Street East, and there'll be much more designations coming in 2021. On the environmental front, council just approved the first electronic vehicle that we've ever purchased in the town. We've done a lot of shoreline protection and plan to do some more. LED lighting at the Peach King Center. And, lots of trees have been planted, and we plan for more in 2021. When you look at the community amenities, the Premier and the Minister have committed to a new hospital in Grimsby. On a number of occasions, this has been stated. This council has committed in the 2020 budget to fund our local portion with a 4-year financial plan to do so. So not only have you committed to it verbally, you actually put some funding towards it. We've submitted an extensive business case to Niagara Region for a funding request there, jointly with the foundation and the mayors and the regional councillors. The COVID funding has helped us with the pedestrian bridge at Gibson Street and much needed HVAC system at the library. And even though we weren't successful at the Peach King application that we did for 20 million, what we've learned from that application is something we need to work on in 2021. We need to get more shovel ready for that project so that the 100 billion that the feds are talking about coming out of the pandemic for infrastructure funding for municipalities will be utilized, and we can try again. So we have learned from that application. When I'm talking about 2021 at a glance, it's in detail in your Appendix 1 report. We do still have a major pandemic, and we're in wave 2 of that. Our team is working on a vaccine rollout and how we can help out with our facilities to roll that out to the mass, the public. We're doing a ward boundary council composition review. We're focused on heritage. We're talking about downtown reimagined because, as someone mentioned, it's not just the pedestrian square we want to look at there. There's the Main Street water main system that is going through there. There's Century condos. So we have to look at all this holistically and, working with the community in the downtown reimagined. We're doing a lot of really good work on the environment, but we want to put it in a framework to share with you. We got to continue to enhance our customer service, and the AODA compliance is critical in 2021. And we've really got to move forward on advancing the files on the Westlink Memorial Hospital and the GO station in Grimsby. So to conclude, we spend years on asset management, on our physical assets. We really should build on the excellent people that we have in the corporation and teamwork to really drive a people strategy. And so we can really move to high performance. And actually what we saw, the way we handled the pandemic and your priorities, this could be a key differentiator in dealing with being an employer of choice as well as an investment of choice for the future. So if we could work on some of these areas where there's major gaps in 2021, we haven't done a job equity review in over 2 decades, over 20 years, where we look at everyone's job descriptions and see if they're paid fairly, both from a gender perspective and from a work responsibility perspective. We've learned a lot from alternate work arrangements, working at home and satellite working locations, to look at modernizing our town hall and get an extension of the existing space, maybe for 10 to 15 years beyond what we thought we could, by changing the way the workspaces are arranged and looking at that for the long term. Health and safety is, we need to continue, and we need to modernize a number of the components in developing a strong people strategy of the future. I just wanted to say on behalf of all the staff and to council, that is what we're presenting to you, and we're proud to be a part of this council team to develop a bright future for Grimsby for years to come. And I think we've got a good start in 2020. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Harry. Very comprehensive, and no wonder we're tired. We did a lot this year. Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Harry, thank you for that presentation. When I look back, when you put everything into perspective, in spite of our difficult 2 years together, with our differences of opinion and all the other things, all the other hurdles and challenges we've had, I must admit we've come a long way, no question. And we have made a good dent into our strategic priorities. Maybe not everything we wanted, but we still have some time to go. The pandemic certainly and obviously put us behind on some things, but I must admit the staff have done a great job kind of mitigating those circumstances and the unfortunate pandemic challenges that came with it. Anyways, thanks for the presentation. I must admit, when I look at it from this perspective, I'm kind of happy. So thank you and the staff, and appreciate it, and look forward to another very interesting and hopefully fruitful 2 years. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo the comments of Councillor Frake. Thank you very much for the report. Very well done, and it's kind of eye-opening to see how many things that we've accomplished as a council. And as we're constantly always moving forward, always adapting, we never really take that time to look back, to look at our accomplishments, to see what we've done or where we're going and where we're heading. So this is a fantastic report. It'll definitely help keep us on track for the next few years ahead. And I too look forward to the next few years. Thank you very much. Well done.
Councillor Bothwell.
Just echoing again my colleagues' comments to Sao Schlang. It was a great presentation. You put a lot of effort and work into it, and it demonstrates the work of the staff that report to you and to council, and the commitment that they have to making our community great and working together. And I think it's just, as Councillor Frake said, we have a task ahead of us to continue that momentum that you've shown that's so positive, and I hope that we can all work together on that path for more good things in 2021. Can you just explain a little bit to me? I noticed a few new terms in your report that I just, maybe you can give me a bit of background on. So you mentioned that there's a new DARTS team, Development Application Review Team. I just wanted to understand what that is and how that helps customer service. If you could just let me know what that is, please. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, it's all development applications now go through the DART team, which includes planning, public works, economic development. So before, a lot of these applications were only seen by the one department, and fire services is included in that. And also we've reached out to some urban designers that are helping us look at some of these applications. So a much more robust development application process internally as we look at it as staff.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you, to our CEO, Mr. Schlank. Thank you for the report and the update. Very positive. I think it's a very good report card for the first 2 terms of council. And I look forward to working hard in the next 2 years, working with council and really just a big shout out to staff too, because of, as you mentioned in our strategic priorities, we had a great list, and it still is a great list, but we had one heck of a curveball thrown at us. Everybody, COVID-19. I think staff, under your direction and with working with council, I think we've done it. We've handled it very, very well, and we should be very proud of that. Again, thank you very much for all the hard work, yourself and staff. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Well done to you and the team at Town Hall, right across the board. A lot of great accomplishments, and I'm seeing a lot of structural change, and I think that reflects the experience that you've brought to the table. Because I know that you came from, much larger communities, and part of the reason you were hired was because, we're going to get more bang for our buck, and I think we have in many ways. But I want to ask you on a more personal note, because I think you're never too old to learn. How can you reflect on your year as a manager? What have you personally learned? What were your biggest mistakes, and what are your proudest moments?
Well, I've personally, through you, Mayor, I've personally learned that, there's no one shoe size fits all. Grimsby is a very unique and distinct community that has a real background in history and heritage. And you really, having worked in other organizations or other communities, you really can't replicate anything to adapt to just the town of Grimsby. It's very unique where it lies in its geography and the importance of heritage. I've really learned that you really got to take the time to understand that and understand that history. The proudest moments are probably tonight, that many of you have said that you're feeling good about how we're working together as a team. And I want to give council credit, because you gave us that direction. There was no way we could have achieved any of this without the direction and without the commitment that you put into it from the resource perspective in the 2020 budget. We would not be in the shape that we're in. So the proudest moment is how we're going to feel, handing this off to the next decade, of how you've improved the financials. Your building blocks of some of the infrastructure we're going to put in place is really going to be something you look back at as a legacy and see you really made a difference in this community. And for me to be a part of that is feeling pretty good.
You skipped over one part of the question.
What was that one?
Your biggest mistakes.
Probably, again, not learning about the sort of the different dynamics of the organization compared to what I'd done in the past. So I've learned from that.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall, I see you haven't spoken yet, then Councillor Frake.
I'm hitting the wrong, there we go, hitting the wrong signals, trying to do it too quickly. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And if I might add my 2 cents worth, I think Mr. Schlang has shown us true leadership in developing what he did with our strategic plan and putting it to work, and bringing the staff together and working in harmony. It is so important for all those elements to work to make what has happened happen. And I'm also like to say, though we don't always work well as a council, we all come from different backgrounds. And if we all agreed on everything, I don't think we would have got everything done. we're a tough bunch, and because we don't always get along, we sure work hard at what we believe is right. So I think we've accomplished a lot. And I think we're still going to butt heads once in a while, but I think going forward, we all seem to have our community in our heart. I think we all have that, and that's why I don't think we all sometimes get along. But I'm very happy with the report. Thank you, Mr. Schlang, for your hard work and your dedication to our town. And I hope we see 2 more years of your hard work, develop more of these wonderful strategies that we have. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up to Harry and to the mayor, actually, when there's good news, let's shout it out. Let's get on the highest mountain and shout out what we've done. I know there's only a limited number of people that listen to these particular meetings and a limited number of people that see it on Facebook. Let's take out some ads in the papers locally and let the rest of the people know what we've done to date. I think it's really important that we do this because I think they know in the midst of all this COVID, we need to put some good news out there. And I think we should do that. And I recommend, if I have to pass a motion now to do that, then I will do so. But let's do that. Let's get some good news out there and get it published so that the rest of the community know where we are, where we've come from, and where we're going. Thanks again. Thank you.
Make the resolution.
Can I make a motion?
Mayor, I could take that direction if that's okay.
Yeah, we're happy to have you take that direction. I think that we probably don't need a motion for that.
That works for me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
All right, Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest maybe we could post the presentation on our website, and that would be good for the community to see, what accomplishments collectively we've all made and where we're going. So I think that would be very positive.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And just thank you very much, CAO Schlang, for your presentation. And we do definitely have a couple more things on our list. And one of them for sure, the number one on the list is getting West Lincoln Memorial a new hospital built in 2022. And while I had 2 meetings on that today, and I have more this week, and just pushing hard to actually get shovels in the ground in 2022. And the second one is the GO station. There is going to be an announcement at Public Works tomorrow. I can't say anything about it now because it's in closed session, but it is a positive announcement, and we're back on track with GO, so to speak. And that's coming forward as well. So exciting things are on the way for the town of Grimsby. So again, thank you for that fulsome report. And now we need a mover and seconder. So moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report CAO 21-01 dated January 11th, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the resolution supporting Councillor Suds, and actually, I think it was Councillor Shirelli, Mayor Shirelli, who brought it forward. But is there any discussion on Councillor Ritchie's
Sorry, it wasn't
notice of motion?
It's about
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, it was through Mayor Jim Watson wrote the letter.
Right.
So I just wanted to read something here, just so you all know. So since 2018, the year this council was elected, Ottawa has been dealing with an elected official who deliberately and systematically exploited the dynamic power of the employee-employer relationship. This councillor for the city of Ottawa engaged in incomprehensible incidents of harassment involving job candidates, and staff. That is something that is clearly an abuse of power, his authority, and influence. Since these findings came to light in Integrity Commissioner report, which I hope that you've all read, his colleagues have done everything in their power to ensure that he does not have an opportunity to do this again as a representative of their city. Ottawa's council were able to remove him from serving on committees and strip him of his pay, but he still holds his seat. And that is an incredible circumstance to me. Whether it is in Ottawa, Windsor, St. Catharines, or Grimsby, situations that have clear and convincing evidence that proves one committed a serious misconduct, and I repeat, a serious misconduct, is something that I believe should involve a penalty greater than what is currently in place. We cannot change what has happened, but we can influence change for those who come after us. And that's why I'm asking this council to unanimously endorse this letter to the Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Steve Clark, requesting revisions to the Municipal Act 2001, vacating a seat of a member of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Any further questions? Seeing none, Councillor Bothwell.
I just, this notice of motion originally took me a little off guard because there was no document attached. So the reason the agenda includes the mayor's Integrity Commissioner report and letter is because I asked the clerk to tell us what we're voting on, because I had no idea what the background was that Councillor Ritchie was bringing forward today. So I'm glad that it was included because it helped provide some insight and background into what he's asking us to do. I need a couple pieces of clarification as to what it is, what he's asking us to endorse, because are we endorsing, we're not endorsing SUD's motion within their council minutes. Are we endorsing the mayor's letter? I'm not sure what it is we're asked to endorse. And then the question that I have is, from reading the further comments on this particular incident, and we're not immune in Niagara to these types of incidents. We've had a number of them from councillors and other members of municipalities with respect to significant egregious conduct. So we're not immune to it here at all. And I totally understand what he's saying. But the Minister Clark, responded to this by saying that he was not willing to open the Municipal Act to amend it. I'm just trying to find the wording, what he said, but basically he responded that he was not willing to open the Municipal Act to look at making those types of changes. And Ottawa's two MPPs from Ottawa, MPP Blais, and Hardin, I think it is, have presented in the legislature already with respect to this particular incident. Again, calling on the minister to look at amending the Municipal Act, and the feeling, I think, what I'm hearing is that the pushback is that there are other avenues for dealing with this. So I'm just unclear as to what we're voting for, because if it's to allow a council with a majority of, say, in our particular case, 5 councillors to determine what is a significant breach or incident, and to say, I believe so-and-so, based on this Integrity Commissioner report, has committed a significant breach, and therefore by a majority vote, the 5 councillors can remove another councillor. I think that brings forward some huge legislative kind of concerns, especially municipalities where there's perhaps, there's just not, that guidance has to come from the Municipal Act. And if Steve Clark's not willing to do it, there's probably a reason that he knows the 444 municipalities and what the potential of opening that up to that type of a council against councillor decision could be. So I'm just wondering, what is the, maybe Councillor Ritchie can clarify, what is the actual motion he's asking us to
Well, I'm Councillor Bothwell. I'm happy to read the resolution, and then you can listen to it before we vote on it. It may help explain if Councillor Ritchie, if you're happy with that, or if you want to add anything more. All right, I'll read it.
Yeah, read the motion. I think there's a part in there that talks.
Whereas it is never appropriate for a member of council to deliberately and systematically exploit the power dynamic of the employer-employee relationship, and whereas a member of council should never engage in incomprehensible incidents of harassment involving job candidates and staff, and whereas revisions to the Municipal Act 2001 could be undertaken via an arm's length, non-political third party with powers to address inappropriate behavior through greater penalties, including dismissal of a member of council for certain acts, or that a council or municipal integrity commissioner may refer a code of conduct violation and violator to the court for a judicial hearing and potential removal from office, similar to the current process with respect to matters relating to Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And whereas the City of Ottawa Council requested that the Municipal Act 2001 be revised to provide for the vacating of the seat of a member who has been found on clear and convincing evidence to have committed serious misconduct, including any definitions necessary for the implementation of such a provision. And whereas politicians should never have the ability to fire another politician, therefore be it resolved that the Council for the Town of Grimsby support and endorse the City of Ottawa's letter to the Honourable Steve Clark regarding revisions to the Municipal Act 2001 vacating of the seat of a member of council dated December 7th, 2020, and that the clerk be directed to circulate this correspondence to all the agencies that Ottawa circulated and include local area municipalities as well. Councillor Bothwell, does that help you?
It does. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vane, or Councillor Ritchie rather, because you raised this. I guess the first thing that I'd like to say is I'm glad to see that that you're very concerned about the welfare of female employees. And I also hope that extends to the female employees of Grimsby. I think that it worries me because this is a bit of a slippery slope in that you don't want to usurp the democratic process. And while we're endorsing something, none of us are full-time counselors. However, in Ottawa, counselors are full-time and they have staffs. So in a way, we're kind of weighing in on something that is, you know, somewhat different from our own situation. So I'm of the mind, while I have been following this issue in Ottawa because I lived there 30 years, you know, and I'm sympathetic to what's gone on, but I think that there are enough avenues to appropriately deal with this. So, and I think it's already gone to Minister Clark. So I don't know what more to say, other that the spirit of protecting our female employees in Grimsby is very, very important. It's important to me, and I hope it's something that we all share as councillors. Even though we only have directly one employee, I think that we always need to be concerned about the welfare of all of our employees. Thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Vardy kind of hit on a few things, so I won't rehash that. But usually we receive these types of things in some kind of correspondence, and we just receive them and endorse them and move on. I'm just interested as to why this specific one was chosen out of 444 municipalities that I'm sure all have similar situations. But as Councillor Vardy said, that yeah, the councillors in Ottawa, they're full-time, they have their own staff, and it's specific to that particular situation. We don't have staff, and there could be fewer councillors come come the next election as well, depending on what happens to the ward boundaries. So, a majority of council voting somebody off could be that much easier. But anyways, we don't have employees. The only person that hires staff in Grimsby is our CAO and his senior staff. This really kind of doesn't relate to us all that much from what I can see, even though I do understand where Councillor Ritchie is coming from. And yes, we need to protect our female employees and our female councillors and so on and so forth, because we live in a strange age where we're going through a process right now where a lot of these things are highlighted. We heard Jennifer Korsanji early in the meeting that she was concerned about inclusion, so she mentioned females in her particular presentation as well. So I just have a concern we're wading into waters where we don't have enough information, and where it's not really relative to Grimsby in many aspects. So that's my 2 cents worth. I wrestle with it. I know where Councillor Ritchie's coming from, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you, just a comment. Again, are we just receiving and endorsing this as a council? That's my understanding. That's my question to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're endorsing it according to the resolution. We're endorsing it and sending distributing copies of our endorsement.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, harassment is not strictly simply for females. I know a number of males that have been harassed by both females and male directors, or male superiors, sorry, female and male superiors. So I want to clarify that off the top. This particular situation, I believe, dealt with a male counselor harassing female staff. Having said that, even though we do not manage the staff, that's Mr. Schlang's job, we do have interaction with them, and they do and can feel harassed by our actions towards them when we speak to them and stuff. So I believe what Councillor Ritchie is just trying to say, and I think we're overthinking this, is that he's saying if a councillor does something gregarious, I believe the word was, or extreme, that the option to remove them be considered. I think that's a very reasonable thing. I think in the situation that was used as an example, that's a definite case where I believe the councillor should have been removed, whether they're full-time or part-time. I don't think that has anything to do with the motion he's bringing forward. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have to agree with Councillor Vane, but I want to make sure everyone is clear that this is not about councillors kicking other councillors out of office, because that is something we cannot do. That would go against a very that would just be wrong. You would have teams and all the rest. This is about endorsing this letter just to ask the Minister Clark there to put things into the Municipal Act to allow through a third party arm's length non-political individual to make certain decisions like this, whether it's a judicial system or something to that extent, the ombudsman. So a third party, not us. And I understand we're not considered full-time, but there is opportunities for certain things like this to happen. We've seen it in multiple areas where these individuals have held on to their seats for extreme amount of times. Some of their pays have been, this individual here, his pay was suspended for 270 days. So he's sitting there, the punishment was 270 days. I don't understand how the individual can still be there when he's almost suspended for an entire year. He's kicked off every committee. But I just want to make that clear. This isn't about us doing anything to kick anyone else off. This is about a third party, whether a judicial system or so forth, that somebody has done something bad enough that a judge feels that yes, they should be removed from office. And it's just to endorse their letter as written. And you'll see on page 4 of that letter, that's where it's written, where politicians should never have the ability to fire another politician. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would feel more comfortable if we just receive the letter from Mayor Mayor Watson. And I think that states how we feel. I think just receiving this, even though it didn't come in as correspondence, it came in specifically through Councillor Ritchie. And I don't know how that happened. But anyway, nevertheless, I think that we should just receive the letter and let it go from there. And that's, I don't know if I have to make a friendly amendment or what we have to do, but that's what I suggest we do. How do I go about that? If I can ask the clerk.
Mr. Mayor, could I?
Yeah, I think on this, we have to ask the mover if he's open to just receiving it, and Councillor Ritchie.
So I've already spoken twice, but if you allow me,
Yeah.
I feel that if Councillor Frake, I think we could put it into two motions, one to receive it and one to endorse it, if that makes them feel more comfortable. And when people ask me how I came into receiving this, the councillor who wrote this motion, Councillor Suds, I actually went to high school with Councillor Suds. So, you know, as a former alumni of the high school that I went to, that's why it's been brought to my attention.
Okay, understand. I'll go along with those two options.
All right, so we're going to first receive it, then. Pardon me. Okay. All right. All right. The clerk's informing me. Well, Councillor Cadwell likes to speak. Wants to speak first. So, Councillor Cadwell, then I'll explain what we need to do with this motion. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, allowing me to speak for a second time. Yeah, again, anytime there's a complaint filed to the Integrity Commissioner, and I tell you, it hasn't happened very often in my past, but we've been dealing with it a few times, and that's a fact of reality right now. But the Integrity Commissioner always makes recommendations to I'll use the word punishment. Maybe it's a little harsh, but that's the word I'm going to use. So again, just for clarification, usually the Integrity Commissioner does rule on the punishment to the complaint. So, and I think we've always accepted that. And I'm not just saying maybe just 5 councillors, all councillors, I think, have always accepted the recommendations from that. So yeah, that's just my comment. Yeah, again, it's a very debatable subject. So and I'll leave it at that. And I look forward to the how the resolutions are played out. Thank you.
So, Councillor Frake, so what we need to do is we need to vote on endorsing it. If that's defeated, then we'll do a second motion to receive. So that's the way it needs to work. So
let's follow the rules.
Yep. Yeah. So the second, Councillor Sharp, you'd like to speak?
So are you saying that if we endorse it or if we receive it, then we won't endorse it? So
what I'm saying is the first motion on the floor is to endorse it. If that passes, then the motion to receive won't take place because we've passed it. So in order, if the majority of the council wants to receive it instead of endorse it, we need to defeat the endorsement motion and then reread the motion to receive.
Okay.
So we just need a seconder for this. See, Councillor Vane. I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Whereas it is never appropriate for a member of council to deliberately and systematically exploit the power dynamic of the employee relationship, and whereas the member of council should never engage in incomprehensible incidents of harassment involving job candidates and staff, and whereas revisions to the Municipal Act 2001 could be undertaken via an arm's length, non-political third party with powers to address inappropriate behavior through greater penalties, including the dismissal of a member of council for certain acts, or that a council or municipal integrity commissioner may refer a code of conduct violation and violator to the court for a judicial hearing and potential removal from office, similar to the current process, with respect to matters relating to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And whereas the City of Ottawa Council requested the Municipal Act 2001 be revised to provide for the vacating of the seat of a member who has been found on clear and convincing evidence to have committed serious misconduct, including any definitions necessary for the implementation of such a provision. And whereas politicians should never have the ability to fire another politician, therefore be it resolved that the Council for the Town of Grimsby support and endorse the City of Ottawa's letter to the Honourable Steve Clark regarding revisions to the Municipal Act 2001, vacating of the seat of a member of Council dated December 7th, 2020, and that the clerk be directed to circulate this correspondence to all agencies that Ottawa circulated and include local area municipalities as well. Do you want a recorded vote? All right.
Councillor Bothwell?
Sorry, no on this one.
Okay. Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's defeated.
All right. Yeah. Say mover and seconder. Is that fine? Yeah. Do we need a mover and seconder to receive? Councillor Frake and seconder. Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Whereas it is never appropriate for a member of council to deliberately and systematically exploit the power dynamic for the employer-employee relationship, and whereas a member of council should never engage in incomprehensible incidents of harassment involving job candidates and staff, and whereas revisions to the Municipal Act 2001 could be undertaken by an arm's length non-political third party with powers to address inappropriate behavior through greater penalties, including the dismissal of a member of council for certain acts, or that a council or municipal integrity commissioner may refer a code of conduct violation and violator to the court for judicial review and potential removal from office, similar to the current process with respect to the matters relating to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And whereas the City of Ottawa requested the Municipal Act be revised for the vacating of the seat of a member who has been found on clear and convincing evidence to have committed serious misconduct, including any definitions necessary for the implementation of such provision. And whereas politicians should never have the ability to fire another politician, therefore be it resolved that the Council for the Town of Grimsby support and receive the City of Ottawa's letter to the Honourable Steve Clark regarding revisions to Municipal Act 2001, vacating the seat of a member of council dated December 7th, 2020, and that, well, we don't need to circulate it then, or if we, does the mover and, well, I guess we can still circulate it.
Just receiving the letter.
Yeah. All right, that it be received. All in favor? And that's carried. You have that. All right, we're moving to section 10 of the Committee of the Whole reports. Report PA 2102, Grimsby Go Station Secondary Plan, Councillor Sharp, notice of motion. Antonetta?
Antonetta, you're muted.
Hi there. Sorry, I thought I unmuted. My apologies. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've provided a light sort of information type report that includes some information we thought might be useful in the conversation or decision about the notice of motion on the table this evening. We'd like to just say that a GO station and other investments in transportation are a critical component for sustainability, health, and things like the well-being of our community. The secondary plan creates a framework to guide transit supportive development and also identifies significant capital infrastructure improvement to support safe and efficient access to that transportation. This type of investment in the community has multiple positive impacts on the community as well. And we also highlighted in that briefing that the secondary plan was created with significant community engagement, and we've outlined that in the report. We'd also like to acknowledge the notice of motion about ensuring a good mix. Staff agree with Councillor Sharp that a good mix of unit types is important to establishing a vibrant and complete community. Affordability is also mentioned in our report, and we heard that tonight as a measure of inclusivity, and planning staff agree. So in the report, staff highlight 3 potential ways we could address that, but we also advise that we are happy to report back with all other tools and information available to ensure that there is a healthy mix of those unit sizes. And just so you're informed, both Walter and I are here on the call tonight to answer any questions that may be helpful to council. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Antonetta. Councillor Sharp.
I'll just wait until the resolution on the next.
Councillor Bain.
This is only a notice of motion, correct?
No, it was a notice of motion at the last council, December 21st. So it's a resolution now.
That was a report. My resolution is next. We're on 10.2A.
All right. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sharp. We're just receiving this report, and then we'll move to your.
Thank you.
So we just need a seconder for this report. Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 21-02 dated January 11th, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to 10.3. Resolution. There was a notice of motion on December 21st. Responsible growth. We're regulating height and density in mixed-use development. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. The reason I brought this resolution, there's 2 parts to the resolution, and the reason I brought it was so the council can be aware of what is planned on the other side of the highway from the Winston Road neighborhood. The GO Transit Station Secondary Plan, also known as Official Plan Amendment number 6, was approved over the course of 2017 and 2018 before most of my fellow councillors were on council. Although myself and Councillor Bothwell were both actively attending those planning meetings, and both Councillor Cadwell and Dunstall were on the previous council, but they were not on the planning committee. Nevertheless, the intent of my resolution is so that staff can bring council a report so that we can be aware of the kind of development that is allowed on the other side of the highway from Winston Road between Gateway and the Superstore area, so we know what's coming. I know staff already made a report just a moment ago. I wanted to give them a chance to present it, but what I'm looking for is a little more detailed discussion of what was approved. I spent some time going through the secondary plan, and so 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, I was at the open houses, and I went to the public consultation, And sure, there was lots of public consultation, but I remember as a resident sitting there and watching, the concerns were about the height and the density. The secondary plan allows up to 18 stories, and the zoning around Casablanca is mostly high density mixed use and some medium density mixed use. It tapers out to employment uses on the east and west from Roberts Road and Hunter Road. But I did rough calculations based on the lot areas of, for example, the Gateway, Rona, Superstore, Boston Pizza, Good Life, Jim, the card dealerships. There's a few more parcels that are in there that are either high density mixed use or medium density mixed use, and that would allow a lot of well, they're high rises, the same as what we have on the other side of the highway. So I want council to be aware. I know it was approved by the past council, and I want the current council to be aware of what's allowed there, so that when we do start to get applications, that we know where they came from. Because, so for example, on the other side of the highway, it's high density mixed use, maximum 12 stories, and we just approved an application at Fifth Wheel allowing maximum 22 stories. And on this side of the highway, it's up to 18 stories. And so I don't want to end up in the same situation where at the Fifth Wheel we approve it because the density allows for such a large area on the property that you have to stack it higher and higher in order to fit it in the parcel size. And that's because of the density. So I want to look at the density. I want council to be aware of what the density is on each site. And I did rough calculations, and I had it just roughly checked by staff, but on some of these properties, like at Rona and Superstore, you could build a 3 million square foot building on that property, and up to 14 stories, 10 to 14 stories, and it would allow roughly 1,600 1 and 2 bedroom apartments to be built there. And that's already eliminating for the 25% main floor commercial or employment use that's required. And so you could, someone could make an application to redevelop the Superstore in the Rona with a 16-story building built out in that front parking lot. There's a large parking lot out front, and they could be building 10 to 14-story buildings there. And then with the way it worked on the other side, when what was allowed was 12 stories and they built 22 stories. And so if we're allowing 14 stories here, what's to say that we're not going to get applications for 22 stories or more, right? And then how do we know that the same thing won't happen, where we'll say, listen, we can't do anything about it, right? We would end up at the OMB or the LPAT, and we would possibly lose, and there'd be expense to go. And so with my report that I'm requesting is I want staff to help make us aware of what's actually allowed there. I calculate that roughly 3,000 to 3,300 units would be allowed between Gateway and the Superstore. And of course, they'd have to buy every property throughout there. But if we are, I'll wrap up short. If we are going to allow this, and if this is eventually going to be built out, do we want to have every property developed? Do we want 3,000 more units there and another 5,000 residents on the other side of the highway from the Winston Road neighborhood? Is that what our residents want? And is the council even aware of what's allowed there? So I'm asking the council, I'd like to split this into 2 motions, and I did in my notice. I'd like to look at A, can staff bring us a report of what's allowed on the GO Transit secondary plan? And B, I want to look at the way that we define density in our mixed use zones. And if staff could answer that for me, Thank you.
Antonetta, did you want to answer that now? The question he asked, or Councillor Sharp?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we can happily bring forward another report and answer all those questions and outline it for council. So happy to bring a report forward to do that.
If I could just, so we already had an open house in 2017, and then it was approved in 2018. Could you bring us that open house? I mean, Walter, maybe because he was there. Could we just? I mean, it's not a lot of work for staff to just present the open house to council, or to present that information from the open house to council. I'm sure it's in a archive somewhere.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Walter's on the line, and I encourage him to jump in as he would have that historical information. We could certainly look into the open house, reach out to the region if they have notes on the open house, and bring that all forward to council.
Because I'm concerned that in the near future, I mean, there's an announcement tomorrow, I don't know what, but that we're going to start seeing 20+ story building applications in this GO secondary plan. It goes from Roberts Road to Hunter Road on the mountainside of the highway, but the real dense area is at Casablanca from Gateway to Superstore, and it's like, well, it's up to like 3,500 apartment units in like 10, 12, 18-story buildings, and we never know how high developers are going to go. And precedent set on the other side is 22 stories, and it could be more because this side allows 18.
All right, we have some comments for debate. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm really glad to hear that Councillor Sharp is concerned about what the residents in his ward are worried about with respect to intensification. And all I can say is that I hope he has the same concern and consideration for residents in Ward 2 and what they're worried about with respect to Main Street East, because we're facing maybe not of the same scale, but very similar issues. So one of the things that I would like to ask of our planning department is if you could provide us with a map of where you've had discussions with the region about where you're looking to put intensification, because I think that needs to be transparent, and we need to have that information. So that's the first thing that I think is most important. We need to know what the plans are and what's being discussed, because I feel a little bit like we're out in the dark here. And without that information, we really don't know how to plan, how to support our community. So thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Just two questions, comments here. First things first, if we start playing with this secondary study, my biggest concern is that the province and the region, which are watching us apparently, will gladly take it to Beamsville, which will welcome them with open arms. And that would be a very, very bad move for Grimsby. A lot of people have counting and are counting on the GO station coming. I'm not quite sure what it is Councillor Sharp's looking to get here. Are we looking to limit the amount of height, stuff like that? That I'm not too concerned about, but I am concerned about the possibility of losing the GO station. So that's just a big concern of mine, and several other people did mention it to me this week.
So if I could answer, Councillor Vanna, I do want to limit the height, and I'd like to make some restrictions on the density. I mean, the GO transit areas require a minimum of 150 persons and jobs per hectare. And the way I calculate it by what's allowed in this high density is like, we're ending up around 260 persons per hectare just in residential. And that's not including so like, I wonder if 18 stories could be 12 stories, or if it could be 10 stories. And do the residents in Grimsby, do they want to see 10 stories? If somebody buys the Gateway, do you want to see an 18-story building at the Gateway? Right? I'm not asking you specifically, but to the residents, because I don't hear a lot of people saying, yeah, that's fine by me. So if someone buys the Gateway, which the cost of it, I presume, requires a large development there, and are we fulfilling our priority of responsible growth? And is there a way to tone down the density without losing the GO station?
Walter, I don't know if you can move, wade in here, but a question I have, because the region sets its population like to 2041 was the last one. The town of Grimsby, the previous council, picked an area of intensification. They used the GO station secondary plan as an area to fill that intensification. If we start reducing densities down at Casablanca, does that mean the region is going to look at other areas so we meet our targets, say Main Street East, which I definitely don't want? That's my worry. Once we open it up, much like Councillor Vane said, once we open it up, are we going to run into the problem with the region saying, hey, wait a second, maybe we'll take a look at Grimsby again. It's a popular place. I worry about that. I worry about opening things up again. I worry about the province coming in and changing plans because we've opened it up. So I'll leave it at that right now. But Walter, if you do want to comment on that, I'd like to hear from you.
There's a lot to unpack there, but really, all I can really comment on right now is the strategy for the establishment or the development of our current official plan was to protect our existing neighborhoods. And the way the official plan was designed to do that was to identify the major intensification areas where a significant amount of development would be appropriate. And those two areas are the downtown and the area around the Casablanca interchange. Those are the two major intensification areas within the town. So those were specifically identified in order to protect our established residential neighborhoods.
Is it working? Is it working?
Question.
Is that directed to you, Walter? I'm not 100% sure.
I believe it is.
Oh no, I'll answer. Let me answer. It's not working. We have a 7-story building application at Coles Forest. We have a 5-story building application at Nell's DeGroot House. We had an 8-story building application downtown. I mean, downtown is an intensification area, a major intensification area, but it only allows 4 stories, but it's 12. And so this secondary plan was approved almost 3 years ago. So you've been able to build an 18-story building at the GO transit station for 3 years now. And in that 3 years, we received Coles property. We've received the Nels DeGroot property. We received, these are, so the size of the buildings coming at Coles and coming at Nels are high density mixed use. They have commercial main floor. They have like 2 or 3 times the lot area. These are buildings that would be allowed over there. Right? They would actually be allowed to be taller over there, but the size and the density is that's what we're getting on the other side of town. So, and this might be a cause of the GO station, because I remember I was hanging around planning for a while before I was on council, and I remember John Gillespie saying that like that area was zoned. They wanted it all mixed use. He said that the townhouses where Randy and Dorothy, or Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Vane live, that they wanted that to build like 4 or 6 stories, and they just couldn't get the developers to build it. They would only build townhouses because they didn't think they could sell them. And then once like the GO train got announced, then all of a sudden, like, we became this destination for people to commute. We became this bedroom community where you could buy a 550 square foot apartment and maybe 650 square foot with a den, and you could live there and commute. And the past council continually reduced the amount of parking, and then they call it a transit supportive neighborhood. But I always say it's a transit dependent neighborhood, right? And we don't have the GO station. There is not yet a GO station, and we might not get it. There's been a major change in the way that people work. We got people working from home. We got, like, so maybe the government will decide their priorities have changed. Maybe they'll say, listen, you know, the $30 billion we committed to public transit and making a corridor from it, maybe that money is not so important as our society shifts, right? And like, we don't know that, but we have planned this neighborhood. And so I think one of the number one things I hear from residents is high rises, how they're like, too much high rises. And sorry, I'm taking too much time, but does it work is the question I was asking. And it sounds like it's not working. We have developments out in Ward 2 that were intended to be stopped by this secondary plan. So at this point, I would say no, it's not stopping those developments. Sorry, I don't mean to attack anybody.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I appreciate Councillor Sharp's concern, you know, being in the same ward, but I also am a realist in recognizing that this secondary plan went through an extensive process with the region, the province vetting it, public consultation, which I was very involved in. It is within a major transit station area within the 800 meters. There's population, persons and job per hectare, I think that's higher than the 150 now that Councillor Sharp mentioned as a requirement. I worry that focusing our attention on trying to reopen the secondary plan will draw the attention of the province. The province has the ability to do a ministerial zoning order and just put whatever they want there. Expanding it into the green, the green belt, whatever. There's just so many things that are nasty that could happen that are worse by opening it. Yes, it is 18 stories in one section. We do know that it doesn't matter that we put 12 in the Winston neighborhood and we ended up getting 20 with the Odyssey. And with Fifth Wheel that we got 22. We know that 18 may not be 18. We have some control over how we look at our bonusing as we move forward with the new, there's a new regulation that we have to come out with the CBC. So, I mean, there's ways we can look at how this rolls out to a little bit more to our advantage, but opening it up, I don't think that's the answer. I think our focus on managing growth and responsible growth has to be with our stable neighborhoods and our other areas of town where we need to find tools that will help us protect those, which our planning staff are hopefully working with us to do, as was the intention. And this is an intensification area. So although I'm not happy with it either, I think we have to see how this comes out. As a regional official plan is being, they're going through their comprehensive MCR right now, and they're going to roll it out, and then we're going to have to be in conformity with that. And those are impacts that that we're going to have to put our population and density somewhere. And trying to open this up now and say we want to reduce it and move it down, I don't think it's a valuable use of staff time or effort, and sends maybe the wrong message and opens us up to perhaps significant worse scenario. So I'm just not comfortable with moving forward on this the way it's currently worded. And it's not that I don't understand the pressures with height and density. I certainly do, because I was the one who argued when LJM went from maximum of 6 stories to 15 and spent a year of my life doing that. So no, I totally understand where it should be, where it's appropriate and not appropriate. And that was mixed use medium density, not even high density. And it got 15. So I just want to, I'm just going back to saying, I just don't think that this is an effort that we're going to win. And we just have to see what comes with the GO train and stay positive about that, and then look at how we make it the best it can be, the best pedestrian friendly. There's a lot of streetscaping and stuff in there, and ways that we can make it work and be safe for everybody. So that's what I'm hopeful for this plan as it transpires, and we just have to see. So I'm a little uncomfortable with the way this motion's worded, and with the second part with trying to revisit the idea of the density and maximum units, because the province has also dictated in the new growth plan that the formula, the land needs methodology, now has a market-driven component. So how they determine how many units and whether they're 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom has to have a market-driven focus. So it'll be interesting to see how we're told that density has to accommodate that market-driven land needs methodology when the region brings it down to us. So I expect that when we do our own official plan review from the regional official plans, and we have to come in conformity, that certainly I agree we need to look at how that height versus lot size and density factors are factored in, as well as total lot coverage, because I saw what happened with LJM. I think it was 50% lot coverage, but you could put a parking garage with green space on top and leave it open on one side, and you have 95% concrete coverage now, and it's not included as lot coverage. So those types of things we can look at and we can refine, and we can say, hey, we're not getting what we expected out of our zoning bylaw or our official plan as we go through that conformity exercise. So I think focusing our attention now on this, it might not be the best use of our time, but I think we can certainly look at what the region comes down with, and look at how we want to make our official plan work for the future, for what our community is asking us to do. So that's just my feeling. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. One, to answer Councillor Sharp's question, is it working? The answer to that, I think, is no. You know, and I keep going back to Main Street East right now, and perhaps Antonetta, you know what the actual current zoning is, but I think it's commercial to support local residential, something like that. And 2 stories are allowed, or 8.5 meters is the current height restriction. And then we're getting requests for 7-story like giant 7-story apartment buildings and 5-story condos, you know, side by side. So, and despite communities' outcry, you know, we need to be doing something about it. And I was going to bring this up later, but I may as well bring it up now. At our last meeting, December 21st, Councillor Dunstall spoke eloquently about the hospital secondary plan, or the hospital corridor study. And one of the very direct questions that he asked was, could we open up the terms of reference? And because he said that we could, and that you know, we should have voted differently. And you know, I've gone over the tape, and what you said, Walter, was the terms of reference are established. However, you can do blah 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 within that. In fact, the word to use is not established, but fixed. And when I asked the consultant, when they presented, I very clearly asked and very directly asked, can we change the terms of reference? Because if we could have, we could have looked at that secondary plan. And the consultant said, no, you can't. And that was partly because of the region, but they were clearly not able to change the terms of reference. So that was a done deal. So we'd have to live with that. And I think what they were putting forward was mixed use, which would have led us to a lot more than 2 stories. So let's be really clear about what we're doing, what we say, so that we don't mislead people who are listening to us by saying things, well, they're established. Well, when in fact they're fixed and they can't be changed. And maybe you could comment a little bit about that, Walter.
Walter, do you have a comment or not? It's up to you.
again, to clarify, the terms of reference was established to hire a consultant. The consultant was hired, so there was no reason to go back into the terms of reference. The consultant's work wasn't completed. There was never a land use planning document brought forward to council for consideration and a vote. We never got to a point where this particular council, I'm speaking to everybody on council now, had an opportunity to weigh in on, what kind of land uses would be appropriate, what kind of heights would be appropriate.
You're avoiding the question. I asked directly.
I just have to interrupt here, and I think we're getting way off what the original
no, but I think
Sharp's
it's
original motion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think it's important that the community realizes that we were not allowed to change those terms.
Point of order. We're getting
yeah, absolutely. We're definitely getting off topic. So Councillor Vardy, are you done with your questions? We'll move on to Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Reading through the notice of motion, there are, what I do like about it is the opportunity to have staff review and educate the new council, our council, this council, with regards to the GO Station secondary plan. I think that's very important. I look forward to that. I'm not going to get in my comments back in the past term. I did not support it back then. But anyways, I think it's something we should all be educated to. With regards to, from my perspective, that's all I want. That's all I'm interested in, again, for the benefit of council. I think it's not the time to open up the GO Station secondary plan. I don't agree with that, and I won't support that. Again, nobody has a crystal ball, but how COVID has affected everybody. Now, I'm just thinking that, like the future economy, the workforce, how people will be adapting to maybe more so a new way of work as we've been doing it now. Maybe things maybe the density. I think the future of how we move forward from COVID will help dictate some of the density levels. I mean, some of these developers, I don't think they're going to be building something they know they're not going to be able to sell, to be able to, fill them up, so to speak, with residents. So, I just look forward to being re-educated from staff on this. So, yeah, thank you.
CAO Schlang, you want to speak on this? Councillor Sharp, you've spoken twice already, so I think you're done. So Councillor Frick has only spoken once. CAO Schlang, you wanted to speak? Your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was just trying to stop that discussion with Walter, but having been involved with Metrolinx and GO in the region and the Ministry of Transportation for over 7 to 8 years on this file, this is not the time to create some uncertainty around the GO Station coming to Grimsby. There are some major decisions being made this week. In fact, I'm meeting with the Deputy Minister of Transportation at the end of the week. This is not the time to send a mixed message. The secondary plan comes with GO. We don't mind educating council on this, and we can just take that as a direction. We don't need a motion. And it's just not the time to do this. Thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly endorse what Harry is saying. And I would also like to suggest that we go along with Councillor Cadwell's idea that we just get a refresher as to what is going to happen, what can happen over there. I think the train has left the station, if I might put it in those terms, so let's not meddle around with that. But I would like to, as a new councillor, to find out, what our parameters are, what we're to look forward to in terms of what could happen over at the what's been approved, put it that way, for the GO train area. So yes, I'd like to have a refresher because we weren't involved in the original discussions around this. I mean, even Councillor Cadwell, I'm sure would, even though he was around at that time, I'm sure he's forgotten a lot of these things that were discussed at that time as well. And so yeah, I would like to see a review, but not to the point of where we're trying to stop what's going on, but just to find out where we are, what the status is, what to look forward to. Just give us a refresher as to what we should be looking forward to. But let's not mess around with this right now.
That's what I'm asking for. Mayor Jordan, could you read the first half of my motion?
Yeah. So what I think we need to do is perfectly clear here that that we've debated this. I think we need to vote on this resolution, and if I'd rather not open up anything, and if
I'd like to split the resolution. Can I split the resolution into two parts, A and B?
yeah, and as the CIO said, we don't need to. We can just direct staff to give us a report on what constitutes the GO-Station secondary plan and what we're looking at potentially in that area. And it's all potential because it's an area that we have car dealerships now and other uses, and it has to change significantly before this is going to happen. But I'm quite happy that the previous council did think ahead to have this area so we could eventually get to this point where we are looking for a GO train. So,
sorry, Mr. Mayor, before we move ahead with this, sorry, it's Councilor Freak. The wording in both A and B suggests that it says to ensure it meets our priority. The language needs to change a little bit in there for us to get what we want out of this.
Well, we can just defeat this, quite honestly. I'm not trying to give direction to council, but, and then ask staff for something to give us an update. Like, we don't really, I'm thinking it gets it, personally, I think it gets us into somewhere I'm not prepared to go right now. I don't know if council is. So it's up to council what they want to do with this, quite honestly. Councilor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I tend to agree with you. When I read the first thing and we talk about that it meets our strategic priorities, we all need to remember that this secondary plan was in place when we made our strategic priorities. We knew it was there. We knew this is how it's going to be, and we all should have been educated when we were doing our strategic priorities to know what that secondary plan meant at that time. So I have to agree with a bunch of my colleagues that, yeah, we can direct staff to give us some training in that, but I think that we all knew what the secondary plan meant, and we put in responsible growth in tandem with that secondary plan. And that's where I'll leave it at now. Thank you.
So that being said, we can actually just, I can read it as is and not separate it out, and we do need a seconder still. So for this, Councillor Vane, and so I'll read out the resolution. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Whereas the GO-Station secondary plan was approved by the previous town council in 2018, and whereas our strategic priorities council has made a commitment to responsible growth, and whereas council would like to review the GO-Station secondary plan to ensure it meets our priority of responsible growth, now therefore be it resolved that staff prepare a report so that council can review the GO-Station secondary plan. And B, whereas Grimsby has had an increase of mixed use condo type developments, and whereas the way density defined in mixed use developments governs only the size of the entire building compared to the size of the lot area and not the total number of residential units within the building, and whereas council would like some control over the maximum number of units in mixed use developments and the mix of single, 2 and 3 bedroom units to promote a mix of demographics who can reasonably live in these developments. Now therefore be it resolved that staff prepare a report regarding an official plan amendment which adds language to our official plan to define the density of mixed use developments and the maximum number of residential units in these developments. Recorded vote.
Mayor Jordan, I'd like to withdraw the resolution.
Can we? All right. Okay.
I'll save it.
Now moving forward, notice of motion requested by Councillor Bothwell. And that's dated today. Subject is director updates requested by Councillor Bothwell. Whereas council has the set accountability and transparency as a strategic priority, build trust and confidence in the town's operations and services, and establish a strong reputation for the corporation. And whereas council commenced a committee of the whole structure as of September 21st, 2020, retiring and replacing the role of planning and development, administration, finance, public works, and parks and recreation and culture standing committees. And whereas the previous structure of standing committees allowed committee members to receive monthly updates from directors on current work plans and matters of community interest in the form of directors' reports and status updates, and provided a forum to ask questions and seek clarifying information. And whereas councillors and town staff are often made aware of community concerns or matters of common interest through multiple communication channels and inefficient email exchanges, consuming significant staff resources to disseminate to many individuals. And whereas the committee of the whole structure does not provide for regular monthly updates from directors on public projects and matters of community interest, therefore be it resolved that staff provide council and the community with an overview of ongoing work projects and matters of common community interest in a timely manner as situations occur and evolve, thereby alleviating pressures on staff resources having to respond to multiple individual requests, and that directors of public works, planning and development and bylaw, administration and finance, and parks, recreation and culture be directed to provide monthly information updates on matters of community interest at the committee of the whole. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the January 18th committee of the whole meeting. We move to section 12, correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for the, Councillor Bothwell.
I don't know if you have to move in second first. I just am going to lift A16, the Niagara Federation of Agriculture Farm 911 for a separate discussion.
Sure. Yeah. Pardon? Oh, this is the one lifted? Oh, sorry. This is the one lifted. Sorry, Councillor Bothwell. So
I'd like to lift something as well, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Frake, what would you like to lift?
To C10 Region of Niagara Waste Management Operating and Rate Requisition.
Okay.
And Region of Niagara Budget Water and Wastewater.
All right. All right, so a seconder for Councillor Bothwell's lifting. Councillor Frake. Or actually, Councillor Frake, do you want to speak on that first? I see your hands up.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so I'll read this resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the correspondence under Administration and Finance with reference to Farm 911, the Emily project, be received, and that staff request the Niagara Federation of Agricultural Safety Committee to delegate to the February 16th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting, and that staff provide a report on the cost, sponsorship opportunities, and policy to implement the Farm 911 initiative for Council's consideration in the 2021 budget. Councillor Bothwell.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to why I lifted that.
Sure.
To me, thank you, Mayor. It's very important to me that we, from a safety perspective, this is something that came out of a tragedy of a 7-year-old, I believe, that passed away because of an incident in a farm field that there was no identifying street sign that identified a municipal address. Now, the 911 project doesn't give a civic address, but it gives a 911 sign at the road, which is very similar to the way the civic addresses are now marked. And it would provide for the properties that we have in the rural and the escarpment areas that are large lots that have a farm entrance, but no civic address on them, to be somehow marked. And I think Pelham and Waynfleet are doing this now as well. They've adopted this. To me, it's similar to what our fire department has done with the fire hydrants, with putting the blue markers around them. This is just another safety measure that we can do to help our first responders respond quickly to life-threatening incidences out in rural communities where we don't have perhaps good cell reception. Somebody, you know, says, well, I'm out there in this end of town. So if you read a little bit more about it, it makes sense. It's not expensive. The Niagara Farm Agriculture Group, Safety Group, was actually providing $100 for the first 10 farms that embrace this initiative. So I'm just hoping that staff can come back with how those two, Waynfleet and Pelham, have implemented it and how that model might be adopted here, and then looking at ways for a very small amount that we could provide that additional safety measure to our rural community and the people who use those farm areas. So that's just the reason why I'm bringing this motion forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. And just to further to that, on the Agricultural Policy Committee that I serve on at the region, we had a presentation on this, and it is an initiative that in rural areas of the region, it does allow EMS to identify actually where this address is, so they can find what field it's in, and it has definitely where it is implemented in other municipalities, it has definitely led to increased safety and actually saved some lives. Councillor Vane.
I just want to tag on to what Councillor Bothwell said. I totally agree. Just about 20 some odd years ago, I remember Pickering adopted this because a lot of people at that time, there was a lot of growth coming in. A lot of people used to go, well, the Harrison farm or Nixon farm or Johnson farm, whatever. And then as the town got bigger, they adopted this program. So they may be worth looking at it because they've had that program for about 20 some odd years. And I know that's exactly what they did is they said, we've got to find a way to make sure our fire crews and our police and everything else can get to where it needs to get to. So just a suggestion. I think it's a great idea. I'm all for it.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I see Chief Thompson is, I see his name on the screen. I'd look to Chief Thompson to give us a bit of his view to it and a bit of an update. I support it wholeheartedly. I think it's a great idea. But maybe Chief Thompson could give some background, some information to it. So I think that'd be very worthy. Thank you.
Good evening. Okay to go, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, go ahead, Chief Thompson. Okay. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. Through you, Mayor. Yes, Councillor Cadwell brought this to our attention, and I'm well aware of this initiative. So I've already started the works, working with Antonetta right now because planning would need to be involved. This is an initiative that wouldn't take a great deal of effort. Through Public Works and Planning in the past, many years ago, we did start the Green Sign Initiative that you do see, the civic addressing. So I think we're just going to tag along that, ensure that we provide a fulsome report, and we should have it ready for you in February.
Great, that sounds great. Thank you very much, Chief Thompson. Yeah, seeing no further questions. Oh, Councillor Vane, sorry. I didn't know if your hand just wasn't taken down.
No, I already asked my, I already made my...
that's what I thought. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the correspondence under Administration and Finance with reference to Farm 911, the Emily project, be received, and the staff requests the Niagara Federation of Agricultural Safety Committee to delegate to the February 16, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting, and that staff provide a report on the cost, sponsorship opportunities, and policy to implement the Farm 911 initiative for Council's consideration in the 2021 budget. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the lifted correspondence moved by Councillor Frake. Need a seconder for this. Councillor Vane. Councillor Frake, did you want to speak on it?
Yes, very quickly. It's just two very quick questions. One question on each one of those two pieces of correspondence. And I'd like to direct them to our treasurer, our CFO, Stephen, if he's still around. There you are. Thank you. Stephen, I'm just looking at, there's a lot of documentation here and there's a lot of numbers, but I've just gone to the bottom of each one of these. And I note that for example, in the waste management budget for the municipality of Niagara, that Grimsby has been earmarked for $2,231,474. Is that how much of an increase, or if there's an increase over last year, is that? I mean, is there a big increase in there, or what are we looking at? You're on mute.
I'll check it out and follow up with council on what the increase is for Grimsby.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you the same question as it relates to water and waste management as well. And I go to the bottom again, because there's too much in there for me to comprehend over a day or two. So under the region as...
Excuse me, Councillor, what page you on?
So I'm on the last page of the waste management. Is it water and waste management? Water?
Wait, water and wastewater?
Wastewater, sorry, yes, sorry. I'm going at the last page.
Okay, let me just let me get there.
These are questions you might have to come back with the answers.
Sure.
The same question is going to apply to this. I see that Grimsby for 2021 has been allotted, budgeted for $3,270.98 for that particular item. So if you can come back and let us know how that's going to affect our budget, maybe next meeting, or send us an email. I mean, whatever. I'm just curious as to how that's going to affect our budget next year.
Sure, I will do that. Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I found this very interesting reading too. And just a comment, and maybe Stephen can jump in, just with regards to the water treatment. And again, what the town pays to the region for the public. A lot of, it's a large amount of money to have our water treated and also our wastewater treated. So Stephen, I guess earlier we did approve the $5 million line of credit, which we always do every year. That's just that's good housekeeping work, and I'm glad. Now after reading this report, I see why we do this, and it's very important that we have that, because what we pay to the region, and we're billed the last business day of the month, correct, Stephen, according to the report? When the region bills us for water treatment, is that?
They bill us monthly for water and wastewater.
Yeah, on the last day of the month. But our water monthly bill is $53,097, which is, at times 12. Our sewage treatment monthly bill is $268,092. That's monthly. So again, it's just my comments and being my experience in public works over my tenure there, that wow, that's a big chunk of money that we have to pay out, obviously. So
it is.
It's like an FYI. That's all, Stephen. But
sure.
If you want to comment, but that's great though. Good information. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bothwell?
All right, but then that leads into, thank you, Mayor, into that statement you made, I think, earlier in our meeting, that the region overcharged us, or we didn't use what we forecasted, and therefore we got the big rebate, right?
Ed, yes, you're right. But it's not what we forecasted, it's what the region forecasted.
Yeah.
So then we get a big rebate back. And we've usually been the recipient of a credit. Other municipalities actually have to end up paying more. They're underbilled. But there's
like a monthly credit of 20,000 something here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Just an aside, a lot of it depends certainly on wastewater. If it's a dry or wet year, wastewater charges tend to go way down. If it's a really dry year and a lot of people are watering, and not as much is going into the system as sewage. It's a lot more irrigation water. So I think that is sometimes why the estimates can be so off, just depending on whether it's dry or wet. I'll read the resolution now. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the correspondence under the Administration and Finance with reference to the 2021 budget, water and wastewater operating budget, rate setting and requisition, and the 2021 waste management operating and rate requisition budget be received. All in favor? That's carried. Do you have the other resolution? All right. And so now we have the last correspondence resolution, the amended one. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bain, Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the correspondence under Administration and Finance with reference to the creation of a lobbyist registry for the region of Niagara, the 2021 T. Roy Adams Humanitarian of the Year Award, further changes to the Reopening of Ontario Act, enforcement of orders under the Reopening Ontario Act, and Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and that the correspondence under Public Works with reference to on-road opportunities for off-road vehicle riders be received. All in favor? It's carried. And that leads us to our next meeting. Our next Committee of the Whole meeting is scheduled for Monday, January 18th at 6:30 p.m. So the Committee of the Whole is adjourned. We'll be back for our council meeting in, what time is it now? Just after 10. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you back to the council portion of tonight for Monday, January 11th, 2021. First, number one, we have the call to order, and number two, playing in the national anthem. See if that thing's There we go. All right. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Number 4, approval of the agenda. Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the agenda for the January 11th, 2021 council meeting be approved. All in favor? That's carried. We have a couple of delegations tonight. Up first, we have Harry DeVries and Fred Lozani regarding Committee of the Whole minutes, December 21st, 2020, Resolution CW 20-112. Welcome, Fred and Harry.
Good evening.
Yeah. Well, I don't see Fred on the line, so Harry, do you want to start?
Sure.
Perfect. Well, welcome to council.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us to come to your meeting. And I was asked to give a little report. So there's a letter in your package that came from us, just with a little synopsis of what we're going to say. So we sold our properties to Fred in the beginning of 2020, and we decided to choose Fred and Lozani Homes because we thought they would probably do the best job on our property. And we had quite a few different developers that called us over a 3 to 5 year period trying to buy our property. I think I can probably go back to 1992 when the first people started to approach me to buy the property. But over the years, we've kind of expanded on this property. Coles, we originally just had the 2 properties, and then since then it became 5 properties. There was a report that was given out back in the beginning of December, a historical report that said that these properties were owned by the Coles family, and these properties were bought for future expansion for Coles, but these property had nothing to do with Coles or Coles expansion. Hugh Cole owned one of the houses as a rental property, and Mrs. Cole owned a little house that was tore down as also as a rental property. So all the stuff on the north side of Highway 8 was all bought by myself since 1986. The Coles business was originally across the street where the Shoppers Drug Mart Plaza is, and they sold that property, and that's where they put the AMP Plaza, which became the TSC, and then now Shoppers Drug Mart. So there's no historical significance to our properties in regards to the Cole family. Whereas in that report, it said there was quite a bit of reference in there. We did do some fact checking, and in fact, there was no connection to the business. We've outgrown this property probably 8 years ago already, and we tried to work with the town back in the day to try to do more stuff, but it didn't make sense to build more stuff on a small property. So my boys wanted to come into the business. We want to expand our business. So we thought now was the right time to move on. And we think Fred, if you can give a chance to Fred to work with on the property, I'm sure he'll come up with a good plan. And I did see some plans just recently. And I think some of the ideas that he's trying to put forth on that property look really great. And our buildings they're getting old. Like it's on the house that we're in now where the flower shop is, there's a pole barn on the back. There's a residential addition that was put on the original house. And the whole inside has all been basically redone. It's got all slat wall in it. The floors are all gone. Like there's nothing left in our house that has historical significance inside or in the building. It's just it's a wood house. As far as from Nels to the hospital, we have an opportunity as council members to work with developers in this area. All the nice houses were tore down when they built Orchard View, and They did a great job there. And if you work with the developers, there's so many things that we can do in our town to make our town nicer with lights, with lighting, and with streetscaping. So I think if you give Fred the opportunity, I'm sure he'll do a great job.
Great, thanks, Harry. Fred, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the members of council for the opportunity to say a few words tonight. We have been involved in the Coles property now for some time, and we thank the DeVries family for providing us the opportunity to purchase the property. It was done essentially on a handshake many years ago when I presented the idea, saying if you ever decide to sell, and you know, Harry had opportunities to be able to go elsewhere, and I just thank him for choosing us to be represented here tonight. My apologies, my voice is gone. In trying to find ways to entertain myself, I think I spent too much time on the cross-country trails yesterday, so my apologies. I did want to bring forward the fact that we have been a huge supporter of the Heritage Committee and heritage issues in the town of Grimsby for a number of years. You know, from the involvement that we had back in 1998 when we purchased the Maplehurst property, you know, we had a home on that site that was built in 1790. And we helped the Heritage Committee in the designation of that home as part of our 300 odd unit development that we had there. We've also helped in cooperating to get the designation on the Rock Chapel Church, which is located on at the intersection of Rock Chapel and Ridge Road. That church was built in 1873 with stone that was quarried right behind my house. My family's owned that now for about 12 years. We had it designated some time ago with the cooperation and have done a restoration accordingly. When we became involved in the Loic property, there was a lovely home on the property that was an 1888 residence that was built by the Pettit family, loyalists that came up in the 19th century from New Jersey. And the house was on the list. And although there was an interest in restoring it, we met with the Heritage Committee at the time, and it was determined that the house could not be salvaged. However, we decided, in cooperation with the Heritage Committee and the Heritage Planner, to work together on that residence, and we reconstructed a replica of that residence, which stands there today. And for a number of, for the better part of a year, the Heritage Committee used that, you know, for meetings and for other events. We built the property next door. Oh, by the way, we had a special designation, heritage designation on that home as well. Next door to that property, we had a lot that was empty. And we built, I think, a beautiful home on it that was designed and completed in the architectural period of the late 19th century. We also then bought the Vermeer property right beside Bill's house at Wolverton. And that home was built in 1895 by the same Pettit family. We did a full restoration on that home, and the home was not on the list. It wasn't on the watch list. We were never approached to have that designated, but we fully would have cooperated again. And it remains one of those properties that I think should be designated, but to date still has not. What I'm trying to outline is that we've had a deep history going back more than 20 years working with the Heritage Committee, and we've been a big proponent of architectural control along these historical roads, Main Street, and whether it's in the downtown or near the Wolverton Pass and St. Andrews. We fall into a category that's somewhat foreign when we speak in terms of how we feel and how strongly we feel about maintaining the heritage value of Grimsby. I will tell you that when we purchased the Coles property, I was not aware of information related to the family's history there. And it turns out now it's because there was none. And although there are these two building properties, these two homes that have been used from a retail perspective for a number of years, I never thought that they would be, that they'd be targeted or put on a list. I later became aware that they were of interest though. When we started our pre-consultation process with the town of Grimsby, we sat down and went over a number of the reports that would be required. And one of them was that they wanted a heritage report. We hired Dan Curry, who is a heritage planner with NHBC, our planning consultant, who was also the heritage planner for the town of Grimsby for a number of years. And the report that we submitted essentially supported a recognition of the heritage value of the property and the value of the homes that were on it. Although our report did say that there was no real value in maintaining the existing buildings and salvaging them on site, it did mention that there may be elements or ways of being able to celebrate the architecture in varying ways within the actual building of the ultimate condo building we have planned for site. In fact, in the report that we submitted, it actually showed a rendering of the building with one of the heritage homes, I'm going to call it a heritage home, actually integrated within the building itself. We didn't know exactly how that would work, but we thought possibly it could be incorporated into a portion that was intended for commercial purposes. We were surprised, that the issue came before the committee of the whole in the month of December, and we're surprised that it's now before council for the designation of the Coles property with a historical designation. I'm surprised because I believe in there being a due process. And when we submitted our report in July 24th, 2020, we carried on with our promise that we had at the time in 2019, when we had our pre-consultation session, our promise to work together with the Heritage Planner and the Planning Department and the Heritage Committee to find solutions to ways that we could recognize the Coles property. The reality of it is, however, is that the report that you see before you with consultation.
Fred, I think we lost you for about the last 15 seconds or so. We didn't hear. I don't know if all council got that, but.
You know what, I'll start back. So what I'm basically saying fundamentally is that we were surprised that when this resolution from the Heritage Committee to designate the site came forward so quickly, because we felt that we were engaged in a process that we made a promise to. We promised to abide by the requirements of the Planning Department, which was to submit a heritage plan. We made that, we deposited that plan with our July 24th application submission. Since then, we've insisted on having a dialogue, but it's been difficult, whether it's COVID or it's been, some new staff coming on, and we've been patient. And so it's a little bit disillusioned by how quickly all of a sudden this came upon us. And I don't want to use this term, but it almost feels like it's being rammed through. This designation is being imposed upon us, despite the fact that we have an application and that provides solutions that should be a basis of a dialogue between Heritage and ourselves in bringing solutions to how celebration should take place. In case you missed it, I also wanted to indicate that the committee did not make regard or consideration of our report, did not consult with the DeVries family to get a history on their knowledge, and did not sit down with our staff to get a look at what it is that we wanted to do. With the cooperation of the town clerk, if you could please put on screen the series of images that we made as part of your report. And those images represent some of the ideas that we were prepared to sit down with committee and talk about, because we have solutions that we felt we wanted to be able to bring forward. And I know that this might be premature from the perspective of, us working with the committee. However, we don't want to be caught in a scenario where a designation is being imposed without consideration for solutions. Now, I agree completely with the comments made by council tonight in regarding to the importance of consultation and more consultation. And our request tonight is that we defer on the resolution being decided upon by council to provide us with an opportunity to be able to have planning staff listen to what our solutions might be, and that we might have a dialogue with your Heritage Committee as we believed was the intent all along. And we just like that opportunity. I believe that If we move forward to approve a designation on a property like this, now it puts us at opposing ends of an argument, because I don't know what the intentions of the committee or planning staff are in this regard. I don't know if the committee is using the act and trying to weaponize it against our application. I don't know. I just know that we've got concerns about how Bill 108 integrates with the Heritage Act. The intent of Bill 108 was to allow more rights to property owners, which I agree completely with. And we feel that we may have those rights being taken away from us, because appeal to the Conservation Review Board is a rubber stamp, and it takes away all rights of property owners completely. What I'm asking, and what we're asking tonight with the DeVries family, is for council to consider a deferral of this issue. If those images are available, and I know that we distributed them to all of the council members over the weekend, they represent an idea that we've had some time ago that we've been waiting to present to Heritage Committee. They represent a stunning greenhouse that we wanted to put into the courtyard of the building on the center of the property. Now, my understanding is that the Coles family, when they operated across the street, had a similar type of greenhouse. And our intent is to try to replicate the architecture of that period, a Victorian greenhouse, to as best as possible. We have gone through the process of sourcing out manufacturers and those people who can install them. We have committed the dollars in order to be able to do this. And we believe that it's a phenomenal idea. We have pitched the idea to the DeVries family to perhaps continue to become involved with the greenhouse from an operational perspective, or maybe even just from a celebratory perspective, and decorating it for Christmas in the same way that the Christmas house has done for a number of years. My commitment is that we want to do something that celebrates heritage. I support a review of the heritage corridor by way of a study. I don't agree with every point of what was made in the last bylaw, but I do agree in concept with it all. And furthermore, I agree that we're happy to have a special designation on our property at some point when the consultation has taken place and that we've driven to ground all the solutions that we both can consider. And like I said,
please ask that you wrap up, Fred. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I'm done with. I'd like very much for you to consider such deferral to give us an opportunity.
All right, thank you very much, Harry and Fred, for your presentations. We're just receiving the delegations tonight. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the delegation from Harry DeVries and Fred Lozani be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much for coming out. Up next, we have our second delegation, Rick and Helen McGregor. Oh, Councillor Cadwell, you have. Councillor
Yes.
Cadwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Are we allowed to ask any questions?
We were just receiving these tonight, but if you want to ask a question, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I just have one
Okay.
question.
So they've left, so
I had my hand up earlier. All right.
well, I didn't see it because we were just receiving them. I
Right.
didn't think anyone would actually ask.
Well, okay, thanks.
Sorry. Rick and Helen McGregor, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Good evening, Town of Grimsby Council and staff members. My name is Helen McGregor, and my husband Rick and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to delegate this evening. We have two key messages that we want to share with you tonight. The first topic is about process and communication. We have been shocked about the last-minute communication and misinformation we have received related to our home. Prior to December 5th, we had no communication from the town that our property was being considered to be designated as a heritage property. This ordeal for us started with the first notification that our residence, 104 Main Street East, was going to before the Heritage Committee on December the 8th. We received this notification through a Purolator delivery late on the Friday night prior to the committee meeting. It was addressed solely to the property owners. Remember, we had not heard a word about our property from the town before this time. We reached the staff and several elected officials and did gather some information from staff, and only one councillor responded. Thank you, Councillor Codwell. We were told numerous times in the past by staff at Heritage Society that our house could not be designated without our permission, which aligned with what we had been told in the past when we purchased the house 8 years ago. We listened to the Heritage meeting on December 8th, the Heritage Committee, without the opportunity to speak due to the last-minute notification that we received. We were very disappointed that the committee didn't even decide to talk about each property separately. They were all lumped together into one vote. Why the rush? Which is very similar to the conversation in the previous delegation this evening. We were notified in the Purolated letter that our only opportunity to speak to council before they made a decision would be to bring a delegation to tonight's council meeting. A follow-up email from staff confirmed this. We followed the process and submitted a delegation request to present at tonight's council meeting. Late on Friday, we received an email message from the deputy clerk denying a delegation. Once again, we were very surprised at the response. Directed to do. Late this morning, we did hear back from the clerk, Ms. Kim, who indicated that we could delegate tonight, but that isn't part of the regular process, and learned that we should have been able to delegate and speak at the December 21st Committee of the Whole meeting, where the minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting were addressed. Is your lack of notice, poor communication, and initial denial for our and push this decision through? All of this is happening during a pandemic, which is a very stressful time for everyone. Why the disrespect to homeowners and constituents who find themselves in this very stressful situation? Our suggestion is that you need to update your processes to be clear, fair, and transparent for constituents, and even more so when you're making decisions about the status of a personal residence. The second topic we'd like to share this evening is the actual matter before you from the December 21st Committee of the Whole meeting, item 6A, CEP 2002, designating the property at 104 Main Street East. Our question to you, does this decision have to happen right now? What is the rush? Very similar to the previous delegation. Why have you not treated and dealt with each property in the motion separately? They all have unique features and circumstances, as noted in your report. Our home is no different. You maintain full control, permits, zoning, etc. Our property is a residence that we regularly maintain and have great pride in. It has already had significant renovations over the years, including an addition and attached double garage that did not exist in 1885. It is not a severable property. It would be cost prohibitive for someone to purchase, to knock down and build something new or a condo tower, as was discussed in previous conversations this evening. You maintain total control to prevent this from happening. There is no current risk to this property. You have indicated that the entire property will be designated. There are no original outbuildings to be considered. Why is the whole property being deemed heritage when there are significant elements that are relatively new? In many places, only significant portions of a property are noted. For example, a facade or a specific structure on a property. The designation of our residence will have a significant negative financial impact on our son's future and will limit the interests of future potential purchasers. In speaking to multiple real estate agents, we've been able to estimate between $100,000 and a $200,000 decrease in our property value as a result of a designation. This is a significant impact to a family. A designation also brings with it a significant amount of new processes that a homeowner needs to navigate for even a slight adjustment to a property. We would request that you do not designate our home at this time. If you are not able to do that, we request that you defer the decision, like the previous delegation this evening, on our property to allow a more deeper consideration of the specificity of the circumstances of our property once the pandemic is over. We are very disappointed that in a rush to a goal, the town of Grimsby has forgotten the families that are impacted and hope that in the future, other Grimsby residents facing a similar situation are treated more appropriately by fixing your processes, protocols, bylaws to be fair, transparent, with communication, and give voice to your residents. As a result of the communication issues and a seemingly big rush to a decision, we ask that you a decision from the December 21st Committee of the Whole meeting to designate 104 Main Street East. If that is not palatable, we request that you defer a decision on 104 Main Street East, which would allow us to meet with town staff and Heritage Committee to talk further about the designation of our property. Thank you for this time this evening. You can imagine this is an emotional topic for us as a family. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Rick and Helen. Need a mover and seconder to receive. Councillor Frake, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Rick and Helen McGregor be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have adoption of previous minutes, Committee of the Whole minutes from December 21st. Do you have the resolution? And council meeting minutes from December 21st. A mover and seconder? Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor.
Is this the item that we need to lift to discuss from the December 21st? Item CW 2012.
There's a motion on the floor to move the minutes. I don't know.
So there was the two delegations asked to lift resolution. Was that from these minutes?
But do they have a motion? Is there a motion to lift? Or? Yeah. Yeah, the delegations asked to lift. There's no motion on the floor to lift.
Is that from these? This is from the Committee of the Whole on December 21st. Is that the minutes that we're approving right now?
Yes, these are yes, you look at your agenda. We're adoption of previous minutes.
Can I ask the clerk what those two? I think one was CW 2112, and
they were both from CW 2112.
Yeah, I'd like to lift that just to have a little bit of discussion. We didn't get a chance to ask the delegation any questions, and we could ask questions during the lifted motion. Seconder. Will somebody second?
Councillor Cadwell seconding. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that Resolution CW 20-112 from the Committee of the Whole minutes of December 21st, 2020 be lifted for separate consideration. All in favor to lift? All right, maybe we should have a recorded vote because I'm not sure where we're at on that.
So I just want to lift this so we can discuss it. I mean, we had 2 delegations come and spend 10 minutes of their time and to talk to us, and we didn't get a chance to comment to them. So I think it's only fair that we lift the resolution that they spent their time on this evening.
Yes, Councillor Sharp, we're actually voting on it now. I couldn't tell how many were in favor or against, so I asked for a recorded vote because it's very hard to see hands being raised.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's defeated.
Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of December 21st, 2020 and that the Council minutes of December 21st, 2020 be approved as amended, or the Committee of the Whole as amended and, pardon? Oh, it's not amended anymore. No, sorry about that. I'll read it again. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of December 21st, 2020 and that Council minutes of December 21st, 2020 be approved. All in favor?
Can we have any discussion on this resolution?
That's carried.
Do we have any discussion on that resolution?
Not on a resolution to approve minutes. All right, we move to number 7, consent agenda. Oh no, move to number 13, bylaws. Need a mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-01 and 21-02 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? And that's carried. Need a mover and seconder for the second and third reading. Councillor Vardy, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-01 and 21-02 inclusive read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule of the council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to announcements. I have one very good announcement to announce tonight is that we're expecting in Niagara Region the first rollout of the initial Pfizer vaccines either tomorrow or Wednesday. And we're very excited that we can actually start vaccinating our first responders and then moving on to the long-term care facilities. So it looks like the vaccine will, as I said, come tomorrow or Wednesday. And Niagara Health Systems, they look to start vaccinating immediately as soon as we get our first shipments in from the province. So I just wanted to tell everyone that the vaccines are coming. Councillor Vardy?
I wonder if you could, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's great news. I guess my question is, can you give us a little more detail about the rollout? Because the Pfizer vaccine is one that requires the deep storage deep freeze, and it can't really be moved around very much. It's kind of, I don't want to say unstable, but has to be handled with quite a bit of care. And given our priority populations, nursing homes, we're certainly not bringing it into the nursing home. So if you could give us, I'm guessing we're doing the care workers that work in nursing homes, and maybe you could give us a bit more detail about how that rollout is taking place.
Certainly, I'll do my best. As we had a meeting today at 11 with Niagara Health Systems, and the mayors of the Niagara region wanted to have a meeting because we were pretty well left in the dark about this, and we actually had no idea what the rollout was going to be like until today at 11, and we were able to get a quite a good update from the team there, and Dr. Hirji is, and the fact is that they only found out today that they're going to be rolled out tomorrow. We're waiting on the province for actually the time frame, but they've been able to move the vaccine. They've found whether it's coolers or what they didn't give me a lot of details on it, rather than they feel confident that they'd be able to administer the dose safely and keep them at a temperature which is required for the Pfizer vaccine. So we're looking at, they were looking at giving us the mayors of Niagara an update where we can actually issue a press release. And I think there was a press release issued today, but we're looking to get more information from the task force later this week.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. Any other announcements? Councillor Dunstall.
Keep hitting the wrong button. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to mention that I believe the region has rolled out something for small businesses in the way of grant and funding to the tune, I think, of $2,500 to $20,000, which could include past expenses relating to COVID-19 as far back as June of 2020. That's pretty exciting. There's a link through the West Niagara Chamber of Commerce. So if you reach out to your chamber, they should be able to help you find that link that the region has. I don't know, Mayor Jordan, if you've heard much about it yourself, but it's a first come, first serve. So there's a limited amount of funds. So one needs to work on it pretty quick to take advantage of this. But it's a small business grant. I think it's up to 80% of the value of the expenses. So it's not 100%, but boy, if you've already spent money on COVID-19 with like PPI or some of your fixtures that you had to buy to create that barrier for your customers, and you spent quite a bit of money, this is a great way to get some of that back. So it's exciting, and I just thought I'd let the business community know that if they're up and listening to us right now. If not, maybe they can watch it as a recording.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dunstall. And yes, we have committee week at the region this week, so I'm sure we'll find out more about that this week. And what an opportunity for businesses that have everyone spent so much more on sanitizer, masks, etc. So I'm sure all our small businesses in town can certainly take advantage of that. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just have two things, and they're both requests. One is it possible to put something on our website, a number that people can call if they've got coyote issues. Because it seems to come up now and again, and I'm never sure where to refer people. But I think if we could put some information up, you know, then people would be able to find it and call the appropriate body. So that's one thing, and perhaps our CAO could look into that. The other thing is just a request to our lovely town clerk. If you could just, I know people have been busy with COVID, but maybe find out what the status of the postal code changes on the mountain are, just so that we give them a reminder not to let this go, because they've been waiting quite a long time to get that resolved. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I was hoping Councillor Furtick would be around, but just got a question. From a report that was in our committee of the whole, the 2020 wastewater capital projects from the region, page 445, there's 13 proposed projects. And I just if you could look into this, Mayor, I'd appreciate it. We had a lot of issues this past spring, summer, somewhat in the fall, with the pumping station at Robinson Street and Ontario Street, the odor. I did bring it up when we had the some discussion and in consultation with the Fifth Wheel development there. I forget the lady that was there from the region, but works for Public Works. I brought it to her attention, and I'm just wondering if the region is looking into any type of solution there, because I'm sure Councillor Dunstall can back me on this one. The odor was pretty wretched at times. And I was receiving, because I know some of the people that live in the area, I was receiving a lot of complaints from them, people in that area. So if you could follow up on that, I'd really appreciate that, because I just don't see nothing in the wastewater capital projects. There's 13 proposed projects. Nothing for Grimsby on that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll certainly take a look for you, and I'll talk to Councillor Furtick about it. I know there's a Public Works meeting tomorrow morning, so I'll let him know before he goes there. Seeing no other new business, our next meeting, a council meeting, is Monday, January 18th, 2021, and I'll be following the Committee of the Whole meeting, so we'll see you in a week. Just have a confirming bylaw. Need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Frake, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-033 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Bain, Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-03 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and the town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule of council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.